And when our kids are electronically paid for all, I mean, you can see it.
All right, we are ready. All right, good morning, everyone. This is Ashley Vaquero with the Office of Charter Schools. I am going to take roll really quick. Terry Stoops.
Here.
John Eldridge.
Here.
Bruce Friend.
Here.
Rita Hare.
Here.
Hilda Parlay.
Present.
Shelley Shope.
Here.
Cheryl Turner.
Here.
Todd Godby. Eric Sanchez.
Here.
Dave Machado.
Here.
Bart Danielson.
Here.
Stephen Gay.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum.
Are we ready? Well, good morning. Mr. Danielson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The mission of the Charter School Advisory Board. The Charter Schools Advisory Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. The Charter School Advisory Board ethics statement. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the Advisory Board. Does any member of the Advisory Board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of a conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. A couple things that I'd like an opportunity to say. One is to say thank you very much to Bruce Friend and John Eldridge, who stepped in and took over chair duties for me while I was out and did a phenomenal job. If you heard some of the board meetings that they attended, they represented us extremely well. And of course, the Office of Charter Schools. Sometimes I think, well, I know for sure, we don't really know everything that goes behind. We get this agenda and, we work our agenda, but even in leadership meetings, we only get the Cliff Notes version, and the amount of work that goes into preparing to be able to even have these meetings is pretty amazing. And so I want to thank them for the amount of work that they do and the quality of the work that they do. And then today, I agree. And today, Mr. Bruce Friend is sharing his birthday with us. So happy birthday to Mr. Friend.
Is that my cue?
That's your cue. That's your cue. Okay. Okay. We need to approve the agenda for today and the minutes, so let's start with the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve today's agenda?
Madam Chair, I will make a motion to approve today's agenda.
I'll second.
And Hilda Parlay seconds.
It's been properly moved and seconded twice that we approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, let's approve the minutes from the last meeting. Are there any corrections that people have? All right, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from last meeting.
I'll second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're ready.
All right, well, we are very excited to be joined here by Dr. Van Dempsey. He is going to be giving us an update on Pepsi and the North Carolina Pathways to Excellence.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank you on behalf of Pepsi for the invitation to be here and talk with you this morning. I'm going to do a 10-minute or less overview of work that Pepsi has been doing for about 2 years. So this is going to be high level, and I want to get to questions and discussion items that you may have that I can answer as the Pepsi chair. So the powers and duties of Pepsi, I want to explain this very quickly because we don't it doesn't get shared in Pepsi meetings. We don't typically talk about the legislation that created Pepsi, but it was created under North Carolina General Statute, Section 115C 268.5. Pepsi is a commission of, I think, 18 people that come from different education sectors, K-12, higher education, community college, superintendents, principals, deans of public and private institutions. And the three items that you see there are the basic responsibilities of Pepsi as charges come or requests come to Pepsi from the State Board of Education. To examine all aspects of educator preparation programs in the state, all aspects of professional standards for North Carolina educators, and then the third, provide recommendations as requested to the State Board of Education related to the educator preparation programs and professional standards. This is a broad component of Pepsi's charge from the General Assembly, and it's in item 3 or subsection 3 where the work of the professional pathways model sits. And so if you go to the next slide, basically here's the history of the pathways model. The State Board of Education communicated to Pepsi in February of 2021 that it wanted Pepsi to develop from a basic framework that had been presented to the State Board in February, develop a model using that basic framework as to what the educator preparation programs, educator preparation, and professional practice pathways could be in the state of North Carolina. Pepsi has been doing that work since February of 2021, and I want to stress it is ongoing. Pepsi continues to work with the Department of Public Instruction and the State Board in this work. But that is the long history of the Pathways model. In November of 2022, in a presentation by me to the State Board of Education, I shared, and I'll show those to you in just a minute, the blueprint for action synthesis of that 18 months of work that Pepsi had done. In December of 2022, the State Board of Education considered the blueprint for action as the framework for moving forward, adopted that and affirmed the blueprint for action, and then from that asked Pepsi to focus specifically on 4 items that came from that blueprint. And then beginning in December of 2022 through February 16th, Pepsi developed what are called briefs. Those are the initial sets of framing recommendations for what those 4 pilot areas would be. And then the State Board of Education considered and confirmed receipt and a positive vote on that set of briefs and the action Pepsi had taken in February. And last week, the State Board of Education made a motion to move the framing language from Pepsi forward in their own work with the Department of Public Instruction and the General Assembly to begin establishing the pilots. So if you would go to the next slide. I'm not going to go through these one at a time, and you have this document, but these are the 10 blueprint action items. These are the summary or synthesis statements of what had occurred in that 18 months of initial model development for the Pathways model by Pepsi. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, and you'll see there the other 10. But the blueprint is one of the anchor documents in this process. So if you go ahead and go to the next slide, as part of that process, Pepsi, out of one of the subcommittees in that 18 months of work, proposed a salary schedule for for licenses 1 through 4. It does not include the advanced licenses. That's in a different part of Pepsi's proposal. But this is the most concise way of explaining Pepsi's position on compensation and salary for teachers in North Carolina. I'll point out very quickly, if you go across the top, you'll see the continuum of the different entry points and the salaries that are associated with those different entry points. It does not include apprentice, which would be over to the left, because apprentice is based on a 2-year degree or 60 hours toward a 4-year degree in an educator preparation program. It sits in a different compensation component. The far left column is annual increases based on years of experience. Pepsi has endorsed annual increases based on years of experience for people in the teaching profession in North Carolina. And then over on the far right, you'll see the master's degree column and you'll see the national board support column. So this is Pepsi's recommendation for the change in the salary schedule. If you'll go to the next slide. Pepsi made the 4 recommendations in December to the State Board around what potential pilot areas. Those were the 4 areas that were communicated to Pepsi by the State Board of Education. Pepsi began doing the work around those 4 areas. That is where what we now call the briefs have been developed and will continue to be developed. That's what the State Board of Education reviewed last week. If you'll go ahead and go to the next slide. And then this is an effort to get all of this in one visual that represents the work that we're doing in Pepsi. I'm going to refer to my document because that is way too far away for these eyes to see. If you look at the bubble that extends the most to the left, the framework begins with establishing multiple clear entry points into the profession that are supported and anchored in standards of practice. So we already have teachers coming in through multiple entry points. What we are recommending is to be more intentional, structured, and resourced in terms of how they enter those entry points. And then you'll see the bubble to the top, above that one and the bubble below that one. These two are foundational components supporting through those teachers who come into the profession, who are entering the profession, who are being prepared to enter the profession through advanced teacher, lead teacher, and mentor teacher roles. And then at the bottom, providing flexible learning tools and structures for access to professional knowledge and evidence of attaining that knowledge and applying it successfully in practice. Those are the three anchor points of the pilots that Pepsi is working with the State Board of Education and DPI to develop. And then over on the right, all of that work sits on ensuring that we have evidence of teacher effectiveness built from analysis of practice and multiple valid and reliable evidence points in practice. That's the relationship between these core components, and those are the 4 areas that are being piloted, or we assume will be piloted pending General Assembly action. I want to point out at the bottom, that arc at the bottom, funding that supports educators engaging in successful practice that has a positive impact on student learning. The resources have to be present in building this model for educators to be effective, and that we have the evidence from student learning to know that educators are effective. And then at the top, you will notice compensation, developing a compensation model, the one that I just shared, that reflects the importance and value of the profession and that attracts people to it and retains them. That is 18 months of work that culminated in 2 recent presentations by Pepsi to the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education has forwarded a motion that was approved last week to begin focusing with the General Assembly and the Department of Public Instruction in the development of the pilots where these components of the model would be put in place. Let me pause there. I can't believe I explained that much in that short time.
What are the evidences that are going to show teacher effectiveness?
They are being determined. They are to be determined in the pilot draft. So as the State Board of Education, DPI, and Pepsi continue to develop the frameworks that would undergird the pilots, those components of evidence would be determined. They've been discussed in the Pepsi work thus far. So if you look at the model that Pepsi has been developing, you'll see examples of different forms of evidence, but the final decision about what they are and which ones have not been determined. We've talked about student performance data through EVOS. We've talked about principal, assistant principal, other administrator observations of teacher practice, mentor and lead teacher observations of practice, peer observations of practice. We've discussed surveys, school-based surveys about teacher practice, but that has not been finalized yet.
I've been around a hot minute, and there was a point at which we were evaluating teachers based on EVOS, and then if you didn't have EVOS, we had this very complicated, unbelievable system for trying to determine effectiveness of teachers. Are we moving back in that direction?
Back in the direction of EVOS or back?
Back in the direction of if you don't have EVOS data, because you teach something that doesn't have EVOS data, that we would have this, you got to prove yourself. You bring evidences, and then stuff has to be sent into DPI, and some people read through that stuff, and all of that we went through in that period.
I would say we're moving, in terms of the Pepsi part of the work and the interactions that we've had with the State Board and with DPI, we are moving into the direction we are moving is multiple valid and reliable forms of evidence that tell us about the effectiveness of teacher practice. So that part, I don't remains to be seen because we haven't developed final language yet. There will be multiple components of evidence. It likely, if not certainly, will include an EVOS or EVOS-like instrument as part of that portfolio of evidence. It will we will be deliberating and potentially framing how to do things like observations in a valid and reliable way. We have a work group that's working on that, and we have people with expertise in that area, and we will consult with people at DPI in doing that. We already consult with people in DPI in doing that work. I think what I can say with confidence at this point is it will be multiple components of evidence. It will be valid and reliable components of evidence. When it gets into the pilot work, it will include more pervasively and deeply input from teachers themselves about how to craft and then determine the validity and reliability of what those instruments are. But that's what the work group, in conjunction with State Board and DPI, will continue to finalize what those recommendations would be.
I'm glad that we're discussing teacher compensation. My concern is that teacher shortage is not getting any better, and there's charter schools that can hire folks that are not certified or don't have a teaching certification. How is compensation going to be addressed for non-certified staff, teaching staff?
Non-certified, how's it going to be addressed for non-certified teachers?
Without a teaching, I'm an English teacher and I don't have an English teaching license. How will compensation be addressed?
I would well, let me say for disclosure, the Watson College of Education, where I am the dean, operates one of the UNC system lab schools, and that lab school, in fact, operates as a charter. The mechanisms that we have in place for establishing salaries now, establishing positions now, and then determining the salary, based on the work that we've done in Pepsi, the most significant difference would be, let's say all this goes in place and it's statewide, the significant difference will be in the funding formula to the New Hanover County Schools, and then the transaction that happens between the New Hanover County Schools and DC Virgo, which is the laboratory school, and the university. Our goal at DC Virgo is to hire fully certified teachers. That is very difficult to do right now. So when we hire teachers who have not met certification requirements, we want to get them to certification, meeting those requirements, but we operate under that flexibility that gives us the opportunity to hire people who are not fully certified. In some cases, we do that.
Talk to me about...
I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
Yeah, because like it says license for plus 6 years. So how like if I hire someone that's and they've been teaching now with me for 10 years, how do I determine? Is there going to be some way? Is it going to be just based on years of experience, or how will I calculate the salary for a 10-year teacher with no certification?
I'm not trying to be cute, but how do you calculate it now?
Following the state rate of pay.
Okay, I'm hesitating to answer because it gets into charter school policies and procedures, and then State Board of Education, DPI procedures with school districts. I would not, Pepsi is not making recommendations that would alter the flexibility that charters currently have to make those kind of decisions about who gets hired. And at DC Virgo, 50% of our teachers can be people who are not certified. I'm assuming the same thing is true in charters across the state. There have not been discussions that would change that. It would give more flexibility in terms of how a person comes into a position, because right now, I'll use DC Virgo again as an example. We can hire people into positions where they're not fully certified. We can hire people into positions that parallel, if not use, clinical residency as a tool to do that. And we can hire people in the traditional process who are fully certified. A soft prediction would be that flexibility would continue in the charter space.
Thank you.
What are the ways that people can get into licensure using, when we go with the level 1 through 4 thing, initial license? What are the ways to do that?
If they can come in the current pathways model, They can start in a 2-year degree or in 60 credit hours toward an education degree in a university-based program. That could establish them in a license that is called apprentice. When they enter that apprentice license and they would be an employee of a district, they would be hired by a district, they will then have a window of time to clear a license, to get to license 4. That would mean they would have to complete their bachelor's degree, because at that point they would not have a bachelor's degree. And they would also have to clear the licensure requirements that would be established in the final licensure requirements that would be established in the recommendations. So as you move from apprentice up to, in the model that was just on the screen, license 4, you go from apprentice to license 1 to license 3 to license 3. It's not that you have to stop at you don't go start an apprentice and then land in license 1 and then land again in license 2 and then land again in license 3. The movement between those areas gives the flexibility that a person, for example, could come into teaching in North Carolina at license 1. They could go to license 2. They could even hypothetically go to license 3, which is traditional EPP preparation. But if they can use the tools that we're recommending, the flexibility in the tools to be able to clear the license, they could be in 1 or 2 and clear that license and go to license 4.
So an apprentice, is that person allowed to be a teacher of record?
No,
Okay.
it is not our recommendation that that person be allowed to be.
So
the
you
teacher
do
of
have to
record.
have a 4-year degree to be a teacher of record?
Must have a 4-year degree. And then differing levels of autonomy. So it's not a suggestion that license 1 teachers have the same autonomy as somebody who's license 4. That autonomy is in part anchored in what is the level of practice that they have established. And that then builds that relationship between the license 1 or license 2 teacher and the advanced lead teacher. Those two are working. That's a dynamic that works together to help that person clear that license into license 4. That's why all 4, you would have seen me say in other meetings like this, we're not picking one of these to do. All 4 of these are interconnected, and it doesn't work if one gets pulled out. It's a new structure.
When do you think you talk about the evidence points aren't yet developed, and some of them obviously will be probably data-driven evidence points versus others might be more subjective to the administrator or goal setting at the
Right.
beginning of the year meeting. Like when do you, because you potentially have some pilots rolling this out pretty soon, would you not need to have those evidence points established prior to?
Well, the decision out of the state board last week was pilot programs would include local public school districts of varying sizes and geographic diversity beginning in 24-25 with a year of preparation during 23-24. So in all 4 of the areas between now and when we would see the full implementation of pilot districts, those work groups, DPI, and the State Board of Education would continue to develop the language that is going to establish the operations of the pilots. That now is what is new as of the meeting last week by the State Board is it has established the link to the General Assembly, because the General Assembly has to make decisions that give the State Board the authorization to be able to do the things that we're asking to do, including the compensation model. So over the period between now and June 30th, 2024, we would see the work group, DPI, and the State Board fully flesh out what those forms of evidence would be and how they would be used in the pilots.
So between now and June of 25, we can pretty much figure licensure works the way it works today. At the earliest, it would change in June of 25.
It going by the State Board's motion, yes.
Dr. Dempsey?
Yes.
I attended DC Virgo, so very familiar with that area, and it's your lab school now. Is it grades 6 through 8?
K through 8.
K through 8, it functions as a lab. So it's automatically assumed that New Hanover County would be part of the pilot? No, that would not be the assumption.
I don't have the inside knowledge about
Okay.
who the pilots would be. I don't,
That would be-
I don't have anything that,
The way that was worded, it didn't sound like any charter-like schools would be part of the pilot, because it specifically said districts.
I can't answer that. I mean, because, you all know in DC Virgo as an example, we are a district. I mean, DC Virgo as a laboratory school is its own district. That, how those pilots are selected, what public school districts means will be determined. But I'm assuming the language now the direction is districts, as we typically think of them in North Carolina. Part of that's scale.
So slide 6, where your salary schedule is, teachers who earn their master's degree and also the national board, how is that calculated for them?
How's the salary calculated? Let me go to that, Doc. If you take I know it's hard to read on that screen, but if you take license 4 plus 10 years, so that person is at license 4, they got 10 years of experience, their base salary is $61,859. If they have a master's degree in what would be determined as an appropriate area, because right now it's master's degrees, that likely will be far more defined than master's degrees. But license 4 plus 10 years, base of $61,859. If they have let's say they have a master's degree in elementary education, they would then have a salary of $68,045. If they have national board certification, they would also have in their salary the difference between the license 4 base and the supplement that would come with the license 4 national board. So it would be column 4 plus the difference established in column 5. It would be the license 4 base plus the salary difference for the master's degree plus the salary difference for national board.
So 22%.
That will encourage national
So
board.
am I
because
correct
they
in
were
saying
still available.
that's 22%? The master's is an additional 10%, and the national board certified is another 12%, so total 22% more, correct?
Yeah, that's what the math is.
What if you don't have the masters, but you have national boards? You just get the 12?
You can get one or both. So you have your base salary plus 1 plus 2 if you have both. If you only have one, you have that one.
One.
So I may have misunderstood, and forgive me if this sounds like an ignorant question. That's regardless of whether the teacher's producing results or not?
No. It would be a pattern of evidence within 5-year, I don't have those details right in front of me, but there is a window of time, and those results do not have to be evident every year, but they have to be evident in a pattern within that period of time to maintain the license 4. And then, of course, if you have national board certification, you have to recertify with national
So
board.
if I'm not meeting, whatever those criteria are that are established for evidence, if I'm not meeting them as a teacher, I could potentially have my license classification lowered?
Potentially, yes.
So you could lose salary in this deal.
Couldn't hear you.
It's fascinating. I appreciate this presentation. I'm interested to see how this rolls out. I mean, states across the country have been looking at some semblance of raising teacher pay tied to performance for decades. I think back to one of the very first ones that's over 20-some years old was done in Denver Public Schools.
Right.
And I remember having a conversation with their leadership asking why they scrapped it, and the answer was because the administration wasn't prepared to truly effectively evaluate teachers in a fair way. And so I'll be interested to see, once the criteria are established, how are the administrators of the building making sure that it's rolled out with efficacy, that it's not rolled out with their own biases, their own.
Yeah.
Yes, Jim?
Yeah, if I could just follow up to that point. It has been interesting in the 2 years of Pepsi having these conversations. And we have principals, assistant principals, personnel directors, community college educators, university educators, superintendents, And we have an array of educators in State Board of Education who are involved in that work. Your question could come from a different point, which would be in the event of a teacher at license 4 who is not achieving that level of student impact. Number one, the primary goal is to achieve the level of positive student impact. That's what we want to have happen in classrooms. And we do that by supporting the teacher who may not have seen that evidence in a period of time, in a year or in whatever period of time of practice we're talking about. The purpose of this is not to identify those teachers and lose them. The purpose of this is to build a support system, in particular connected to what you just said. So number one, we can elevate the practice of all teachers. Number two, we can have multiple forms of professional evidence that establish that a teacher is successful in her or his practice. And number three, we keep them in the profession. We don't currently have a support system that is structured enough, intentional enough, and resourced enough to do the retention work that we need to do in North Carolina to keep those people in the profession. And if in the charter space, to go back to Dr. Eldridge's question, if you have teachers who come into a charter school and they are not fully certified, and the goal is ultimately to get them certified, we want to establish models to get teachers who are not fully certified to certified positions. Keep in mind, in the broad public education space in North Carolina, the residency space is exploding. The number of teachers who are coming into the profession who have not been through a traditional educator preparation program is a fast-growing component of the profession, but we do not have adequate models in place, and we do not adequately resource their support. And if we're going to continue to rely on that part of the pipeline, we got to do a better job as a state of supporting them. Somebody online was going to ask a question.
Yeah, I was. Dr. Van Dempsey, is there a maximum number of evidences that each teacher would be required?
I didn't get the first part of that.
Did you say maximum number of evidences, Hilda?
I think it was maximum number.
Yeah.
A number has not been established. The multiple is what is clear. It's bad assessment to rely on one evidence point. Doesn't matter what you're assessing. Multiple evidence points that are valid and reliable is the basis of Pepsi's work.
Somewhere, and I don't remember when all this was going on, but at some point in the last 25 years here in North Carolina, I remember hearing a report about the issue of inflated evaluations, that the number of people who were coming out as outstanding or whatever that top thing was, and that we were seeing an inflation of scores. That could then affect salaries as well.
Yes, and people have raised the alternative concern, which is the deflation of scores. People are evaluated in ways that don't reflect the level of practice in a positive, don't reflect in a positive way the level of practice. That's where the word multiple becomes critical. In any evaluative and assessment process, what you just said can happen. Multiple, valid and reliable. If you're looking in the observation component, you want multiple observers who are as prepared and educated as we can do to make sure that we get reliability in the multiple observations and the multiple observers. We want inter-rater reliability to be strong in a process that is in part connected to licensure, establishing a license.
So in the pilots, would the folks who are responsible for being those evaluators receive some type of training preparation to be a reliable
Yes.
determiner of what's successful?
Yes.
And that's some of that support that you're talking about? Because that's outside of the teacher now. Are we providing support for administrators and stuff as well?
That would, I'm sure, Pepsi would take the position as the chair. I certainly take the position as an educator. I take the position that would need to be part of the resourcing of the pilots. How do we establish a process for providing those observations that gives us maximum confidence in the outcomes of the observations that are correlated to student learning? Yes, that would be one of the purposes of the pilots. And if you go back to that last slide that had the diagram, the pilots have to be resourced in ways that we think approximate what the practice would look like if we were to establish that practice statewide, the bottom part of that. And if you go to the blueprint for action, I think it's number 10 on the blueprint for action, it makes basically that same statement. The structure has to be resourced. The advanced teacher roles and mentor teacher roles and lead teacher roles have to be established and funded. If we're going to use observations as part of the evidence process, that has to be a process in which we have maximum confidence that the process is informing the nature of teacher practice in a way that gets to positive outcomes for student learning. And where we can heighten the level of practice, whether it's a struggling teacher becomes better or a good teacher becomes great, that we want that to be an assumption that is part of that structure. The primary purpose of the structure is to elevate practice, because elevated practice has more positive outcomes for student learning.
So, I'm sorry if you answered this. The observers themselves are internal to the school and the district?
That's not been determined, but that could be the case.
Otherwise, capacity could be
Right.
an issue.
It's
The rubric used is still, or
to be determined.
to be determined. It's not going to be the one that's existing, whatever that.
Could be parts of it. Could be. I would assume in the piloting process we're going to look at the current.
Please do.
Look at the current tools that are used. One of the blueprints, I think it's up around number 5. If you could scroll to number 5 on the blueprint document, identify the assets that we have. So where do we have those kinds of processes working well, and what could we learn from them? We do have schools and we have districts that do a very good job of using those kinds of tools to analyze teacher practice in terms of its impact on student learning. So we don't want to disregard that. But we also don't want to default to, well, we're just going to use a tool because we have it.
Yeah, and I echo some of the points. I think in what we saw internally, not with our school, but schools that we worked with, in using the shared rubric to determine teacher proficiency or their standing, was a little bit of an internal conflict that I think led operators, led internal administrators to inflate scores. So that's why I was wondering about the observer and the rubric itself. Then you tie that to compensation in any way, and I think there's a lot of pressure on the administrators to kind of make the peace in this world, and which could lead to real inflation.
Yeah.
Is that something that's been discussed? Or?
Yes, and I have confidence that the process of getting from where we are in the current state of the pilot language that will move toward full pilot language for implementation, the people in Pepsi who are on those work groups, the people with state board that we interact with regularly, and the folks at DPI will be putting those same questions on the table. It is not to do observations for observation's sake. It is to develop, and I don't want to get out ahead of the recommendations, assuming that an observation or multiple observation components are part of the assessment system, it will definitely take those kinds of concerns into question because they've already been raised.
And then one more follow to that. Is there any fear that in the world of standardized testing, in the world of prescribing what good teaching looks like in a school by setting an established rubric and having some of the methods we have, that we're losing some of the autonomy, some of the individuality of each school and how they operate and how they see good teaching to be?
Is there a fear?
Is there a concern?
It is an element of the work for which we always need to be cautious. That's clear. I think it's in item 1 on the action, on the blueprint document, in task. What's the core set of standards of practice that we're going to use in North Carolina to build, support, and establish effective teacher practice? That's in task. In task is embedded in multiple tools that we already use. And then how do we use those in-task standards and the progression models that in-task provides to understand how to move a teacher through different stages of practice? We want the practice, we educate new teachers all the time at UNCW. They come to us totally novice. They exit our program totally prepared to be licensed in the state of North Carolina. It's built on the in-task model. We're watching the progression of their level of practice according to those standards. And we use observation tools and we use other tools to establish, are they moving toward the level of practice that we want them to be able to establish? The concern that you just raised about the cautionary parts of things like observation tools, I'm confident the people who are doing that work in the work group are firmly taking that into consideration in the work they're doing. Whether it's the observation tools, if there are survey tools, if there are standardized test scores that are used in this process. One thing people don't ask, and I would suggest this is a question you want to ask as we move forward, is the weighting. You're going to have multiple forms of evidence, and then there's an appropriateness to the weighting. How much does that tool, how much does the result based on that tool carry in the weighting process? Is there flexibility in the weighting process? So in a school, in an individual school, there might be forms of evidence that they speak more to the practice in that location than other tools. So we're going to have the flexibility to have, for instance, bands in each one of the tools. You're between here and here in terms of what the evidence is and how it's weighted in that process. Yes, all of these are questions that are part of the work we're doing. Pepsi has really good co-chairs for each one of the work groups. And keep in mind, us moving from the Blueprint for Action to, which is where we got the 4 pilot recommendations, to the meeting on February 16th was about 45 business days. And we had 2 major holidays in between. So Pepsi knows, we understand there is still significant work that's going to be done. And in the state board's motion, they reference the importance of continuing the interaction between Pepsi, the state board, and DPI in the further development of the work.
I have a question. Let me preface it by saying I'm not a K-12 educator. I'm an economist. And most of the other people sitting on this board have, I'm sure, been involved in hiring teachers and considering salary issues and such. So I'm asking from ignorance, truly here. Periodically, I will hear people talk about the difficulty of hiring teachers and teacher shortages, and I read that in the paper, those sorts of things. My impression has always been they're talking about, I guess, licensed teachers, but I've never heard anybody say we have great difficulty finding teachers with master's degrees, or we're having great difficulty finding board certified teachers, or we're having trouble keeping those people because they're getting hired away so quickly. There's a real shortage of board certified teachers. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm just not reading the right places. I guess my first question is that the case, that we have a real shortage of masters and board certified teachers and we just can't get enough of them to fill our education needs?
It's a different question.
No, I know the question I've got. That's the question I've got.
Yeah, in the Pepsi work, part of the reason we have established master's degrees in national board certification is a retention issue. It may not draw people in who otherwise might not have come in, but it may keep people in the profession who otherwise would have left. So let's say the state of North Carolina, let's say the General Assembly votes tomorrow to eliminate national board certification. The number of teachers that's going to drive out of the profession, I think, would be astounding.
Do we know, what's the number that, what fraction of our teachers are national board certified?
It's the most.
I don't know the percentage of the
Yeah,
profession.
North Carolina has the
We're
most in the
largest
country.
state in the country. Yeah.
So that's 30%, 50%?
Right up that high.
Not that high? Okay, but we're
Above the
the
highest.
highest. So it would be,
Highest in the country.
is that, so we would lose a lot, presumably.
We would lose a significant number of teachers, I believe, if we took national board out of the equation. If we took the number of teachers who have master's degrees, who still have a salary supplement that's attached to that master's degree, and we eliminated it for across the board, masters don't matter anywhere, that would have a significant negative impact.
So let me go back to
But
the
let-
initial question. Okay, go ahead.
Let me add one other point. Also, with the Pepsi work, it isn't just let's do master's degrees or let's do national board. It's where do we see evidence that master's degrees in particular fields have a positive impact on student learning. So if you're a teacher in a fifth grade classroom and you have a master's degree in accounting, that degree might not be helping you in particular with your teacher practice. If you have a master's degree in literacy, it might be enhancing your practice substantially. So it isn't just master's degrees, and it isn't just master's degrees in education. It's master's degrees where the content and the work the educator does in the master's program and with the degree, it's impacting positive, it's correlating to student impact. Same thing with national board. It correlates with student impact. It's important for practice, and it's important for retention to keep teachers in that practice.
Okay, so we have a shortage of teachers generally. Apparently, we would have a shortage if we were to eliminate this. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is you could get to the same place in terms of retention by simply paying people more without requiring them to get a master's or requiring them to get additional certifications. So I'm trying to figure out the scale that we're using here. We're giving big rewards for degrees, and I love degrees. I got a lot of them. And my college loves giving degrees because we've got new certifications and degrees because that brings in more students, and we have more revenue as a college. I'm not in a business. I'm not in an education school. I assume the same incentives exist within all the other colleges on campus. But one of the ways to deal with retention is simply to pay more to the people that you're hiring, not to require them to jump through many hoops in order to get that extra pay. And I think it's very possible that certain kinds of masters are more effective. I'd love to see some research on that, on whether masters in accounting is less effective than some other master's degree in terms of teacher competence, or whether or not just the ability to get a master's degree causes you to have the same attributes that make you effective in classrooms, both on the sitting side of the table, the learning side, and the teaching side.
Yeah.
Whether or not really good learners are also really good teachers.
To Bart, if you don't mind if I add to that, like I have a daughter that just called my wife. She's a freshman at Western Carolina. Just called my wife the other day. She was going to get into geology and English, I don't know. And then she calls her mother and says, "Mom, do you think I'd be a good teacher?" And I'm thinking, God, no. Please. No. And I say that not to be flippant. I'm saying that I don't know what the poverty line is now, but when you look at a licensed teacher, one at $38,000, you can't even pay back your student loans, you know. And so this has nothing to do with PEPS. This is an aside that I'm glad to see that we're working on pay and things like that. But I think the bigger issue right now is what are we doing to incentivize people wanting to get into this business at all? Because if you watch TV, you don't want to be a teacher. I mean, if you read a newspaper, there's no way you want to get into education. So what are we doing on the other side? Because this is incentivizing people that are in the business. My fear is that 5-10 years down the road, this is only going to work for a handful of people because everyone's decided this isn't for me. So I'm with you on, it would be great to see that you didn't have to do a bunch of stuff to become a well-paid professional.
So, yeah, just paying better for for getting into the profession. The other thing is, my understanding is we have a defined benefit pension plan that our teachers participate in. If we educate people on the real great cost they have of leaving after 10 or 15 years, because you make your real money in your pension when you hang around those extra few years later on in your career, that would be helpful too. Do we have any programs that are where we talk to teachers about the enormous costs they have of leaving teaching early because of this huge, well, it's not huge, well, a relative windfall that they're giving up
Right.
if they leave early? Because we have a lot of teachers who leave early and they just leave the money on the table that they otherwise would have access to.
Well, anybody, please email me if you have questions that I can, or recommendations that I can take to Pepsi. If you just send me an email, those will go to Pepsi. I do want to go back to the comments you made about the chart. So right now, if a person comes through UNCW or any educator preparation program, completes their bachelor's degree and gets fully certified, or they come through our Masters of Arts in Teaching program and get fully certified, they start at $37,000. They have all of the knowledge base that the State Board of Education has said we expect someone to have when they enter a school fully licensed. If someone graduates with a bachelor's degree in psychology, they have no preparation, they've never done any field experiences, they've done nothing to get them ready to be in classrooms, and they go into a classroom and start teaching under a contract, they make $37,000. And North Carolina is lucky to have the people who are coming in on clinical residency contracts who have decided they want to be a teacher, and we need to do a better job of supporting them. But part of the question around this that Pepsi has been examining now for 2 years, I don't know, or I have never been a business person. If we're hiring people into a business and we are expecting forms of expertise when they walk in the door, we pay them accordingly to the best level the business can pay them. If someone walked in the door with zero experience and knowledge of what it is the business expects them to do, I cannot imagine, number one, they get hired. And number two, we're going to pay them the same salary as we would pay someone who comes in the door with the knowledge base fully established. And back to your comments about the chart, that chart, if you look at that second line where it has the salaries, it may be that those salaries are not high enough to incentivize people wanting to come into the profession. But what it does recognize is different levels of expertise. As you move from left to right, a teacher establishes a more complex level of expertise. Pepsi's position is that should be reflected in compensation. And that's why now it could be we're not high enough. $45,000 is what someone who completes a university preparation program would have as their first salary. 45 may not be high enough, but it's higher than 37. Pepsi has built into the model that if a person's coming through an educator preparation program, and they could be in license 1 and license 2 and be in a educator preparation program, when they get to the point of their internship, they would have prorated compensation that's attached to the salary for the apprentice. So we treat them like apprentices at that point. I think the number for the apprentice is $30,000 on the chart. That salary would be prorated for the internship. Apprentice is not on the chart. It would be prorated for a person becoming a teacher, and they would receive that stipend or salary or scholarship when they're in that semester when they student teach. And we believe that will be an incentive for people to come through programs.
And I'm going to ask a question, and you may not have the answer to it. Maybe this isn't a question, it's just more of a comment as your work moves forward. Following up on Mr. Danielson's comment about, because when I look at the grid, it's tied to math, like the increases are, for incentives, are tied to masters, to national board certification.
And years of experience.
And years of experience, coupled with years of experience. If you don't know yet, if you haven't established yet what those evidence points are, how do you know that having a master's and being nationally board certified are a guarantee that you will produce those evidence points?
There is research and evidence that said national board certification has a positive impact on student learning. There's research that says if you attempt to get national board certification and you don't get the national board certification, The professional learning that you do to get ready for national board certification improves your practice. So even teachers who don't actually get certification end up having a more positive impact on student learning. And that's a research basis that's been around for a long time. With master's degrees, if you go back to when North Carolina paid a supplement for the master's degrees, the problem was not master's degrees generically. The problem was different master's degrees in different fields had different impacts on student learning based on the research the legislature and others looked at that time. The solution to it was to eliminate master's degrees. While we knew in that data there were different areas in which you could get a master's degree, where teachers had a master's degree, that correlated to positive impacts on student learning. So in the Pepsi work, the work groups will sort of refine the answer to that question. So on the chart it says master's degrees, but I think it's sort of disaggregating what areas. Master's degrees in what areas? Master's degrees that include what content and practice-based components. That's where that ultimately will land. National board, unless there's a significant change in national board data over the next 2 years, that one's fairly well confirmed.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I understand that. I may be processing my own question in my head. It's about, we haven't yet established the evidence that's going to show a teacher is effective. We haven't really established that yet. That's to be determined. But we've already assumed that getting an advanced degree and getting your board certified means that you will be effective.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the first part.
Like
Do they correlate to effectiveness?
yeah.
Yes.
So that would be presumably be part of your rubric of effectiveness and data
Yes.
points.
It's not just master's degrees. It's master's degrees where you have learned and you can apply what. In any of the tools, it's the ability of the tool to inform and support the teacher practice, whether it's on the student impact, teacher effectiveness is now what the pilot is called, or it's on the tools. We want teachers to have access to tools that will help them advance their career by having a positive impact on student learning. We don't want to separate those two things. We want to make sure that what this comes back to is we can see the impact of the teacher practice in positive impact on student learning. And where we don't see that positive impact on student learning at levels we might expect, we help the teacher get there. We make sure we have the professional.
I'm really fascinated. I guess I have a master's in ed leadership. That by default of having that hanging on my wall doesn't make me a good school administrator.
Right.
I might have a master's in math, which I surely don't. But that doesn't mean I'm a great math teacher. And I guess that's kind of I'm interested to see how this.
You get into deeper levels of practice when you start to ask that question.
So let me ask this.
There's a hand up to your right.
Yes, sir, Dr. Dempsey. I wanted to point out that teacher who starts at $37,000 a year is most likely a 10-month employee, and if they work 12 months, they would be a $44,000 a year employee. There are individuals who prefer to have 2 months off in the summer and 2 weeks vacation at Christmas and that type of thing, as opposed to a higher income. Some teachers choose that for that purpose. We have employees who earn $44,000 a year, but they work 12 months out of the year and they get 7 paid holidays. I mean, it's an intentional decision by some employees. I don't necessarily see a problem there because there are other factors that play into it. But I wanted to have you bring clarity to what I asked earlier. If a teacher earns a master's degree, then they also attain national board certification. And you described their salary being as the difference between the levels, which really be a 14% increase. Dr. Danielson said so they would get the master's plus the national board, which is a 22% increase. In one case, they'd earn about $75,000, in the other case, about $69,000. Do you know right off the top which is the accurate calculation? If they attain national board and the master's degree, they're getting the 10% plus the extra 2, or they're getting the combination?
They're getting the combination. I cannot tell you in percentages. I can tell you in the chart. If they are at level 4, they have a base salary. If they get a master's degree in an area to be recognized, they would get the base salary plus the differential the master's degree creates. So you add that on. And if they get national board, they get the difference between the base salary and national board, and you add all three of those things together. The base, the difference to a master's degree, plus the difference from the base to the national board, and that becomes the salary as long as national board is different because national board has a lifetime. You're not national board certified for the rest of your life.
At some
Very
point,
good, thank you for that clarity.
at some point along in this work, Pepsi was talking about teachers who took on additional responsibilities, supporting teachers and various coaches, those kinds of things. And the salary increases at that point appeared to be tied to taking on those additional responsibilities. Has that been scrapped?
It's in what it is not on that compensation chart. It's in the advanced license section. So you would see how a teacher who's in license 4 who goes to one of those 2 advanced license areas has additional compensation once they move over into that different license area.
To be clear, because my daughter didn't call because she wanted 2 summers off. Her summers off, she's calling because she wants to impact, student learning. And I just think that from my point, from what I was saying, is that I'm all for recognizing teachers as the professionals they are, and $37,000 a year just seems low to me. I don't care if it's 10 months or 12, but what I hope is happening along with this too is I know we're looking at the standards that we're measuring for North Carolina for growth, recognizing schools and teacher growth, right? So is there work being done with your group along with the folks who are also working on the new ABC program for teacher growth, school letter grades, things of that nature? Because it would seem that this would be an opportune time to do that.
Well, if you take the new report card, the conversations around the report card and how do we assess the effectiveness of individual schools, I think it is safe to say the work groups in Pepsi and the continued development of the pilots will look at how you map what we're recommending in Pepsi to what those indicators are going to be. If the State Board of Education establishes new educators and the General Assembly supports it, we want to make sure the things that we're looking at in terms of effectiveness map to those variables. I was just in a presentation last week where we were looking at the draft recommendations around those new components, and you can look at all those cases for the most part and see how it would map over into teacher effectiveness. So you want teachers who can be successful in that framework.
Awesome, thank you.
I appreciate your spending the time. Obviously, this is something we are interested in.
Yeah.
So as you continue your work and start working on the pilot, I hope you'll come back and talk to us again, because this is obvious of high interest to us.
Very
Absolutely.
interesting.
And can I make one more comment?
Please.
And I appreciate the time and the opportunity to have this discussion. We have 200 children in a K-8 school down in Wilmington, North Carolina, who are relying in part on me as the Dean of the Watson College of Education to help them get an outstanding education. Now, we have incredibly good professionals at DC Virgo, but I don't think about anything that we're doing in Pepsi or any part of this that I don't think about. How does that impact those 200 children? And getting the best teachers we can get who have the best professional resources behind them, who are compensated in ways that reflect the value of their knowledge base, not what we can get them for, the value of that knowledge base, that we compete with the New Hanover County schools in our salaries at DC Virgo. We compete with New Hanover County. New Hanover County has one of the best supplements in the state, and we match them dollar for dollar, because that's how you get talent. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anytime, I'd be happy to come back.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Becerra, can we please take a short body break? Thank you.
All right, we want to take a 10
10.
minute? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break.
I like how you call them potty breaks.
I didn't realize.
it is, because did you see, I mean, we say our consulting positions are starting out at literally 25 years experience as a teacher. Well, like, little daycare teachers are like, oh, so, did you email it to me? Okay, I'll pull it. I love it. Oh, thank you so much, Jenna. Yeah, well, that was Melanie, like, you're gonna give an update, right? Yep,
Yeah.
they're on. All right, are we ready? Good, okay. We have a couple amendments today. So the first one is United Community School. This is one of our charter schools in Mecklenburg County. They are serving K-8, and they've been in operation since 2014. They are asking for a mission change. So the original mission was quite wordy. Our mission is to fulfill the vision of the basic school by Dr. Ernest L. Boyer. The basic school approach, following a year-round calendar with our emphasis on piano theory, will result in high student growth and achievement. At UCS, everyone unites to promote learning. Teachers are empowered to meet the needs of students, and parents are partners. So that was the original 2014 mission statement. They have worked with their community to come up with a more succinct mission statement that is more aligned to how they operate today. United Community School. Everyone unites to provide students an engagement and education that is engaging, enriching, and challenging in a safe and positive environment. So that's the request today. I think I have Erica. Yep, Erica's on the line. She is the head of school, Erica Hedgepeth, if there are any specific questions.
Well, I just think paring it down from the dissertation that they started with to this one is a major improvement.
I agree.
I must concur, Madam Chair.
Any questions? Can I get a motion then?
I'll make a motion that we approve United Community's mission statement proposed change.
I second that.
It's been properly moved and seconded. You want to take a roll call vote, please, Ms. Becerra?
Sure. Stephen Gay,
Approve.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay, Hilda?
Mr. Approve.
Okay. Bart Danielson
Aye.
and Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Erica. I see you're online. We'll bring that to State Board next month.
Thank you.
All right, the next amendment we have, so last month we heard from some enrollments expansion requests. As you know, we have two virtual charter schools, NC Virtual and NC Cyber, who are subject to different enrollment rules that are in legislation. They are required to stay within 2,592 students. That's their max ADM. However, they are allowed to ask the State Board to waive that. So they are coming and they have they have submitted a request to increase their enrollment from 2,592 to 3,100 students. So that's just under a 20% increase. They submitted a lot of information in their request showing the number of students that are on their wait list and just giving a kind of update on how the school's doing. And we actually have the board chair and the school leader here today. If you have any questions, if you'd like to get any updates from the school, we've invited them and they came in person.
What was their ADM? What was their this year ADM?
Well, I believe they were allowed to grow up to 3,425. And then if they lost any students, they were not allowed to increase the enrollment. You want to come up and give an update on how many you have right now?
Good morning, everybody. I'm the head of school for North Carolina Virtual Academy. My name is Katie Gomersall. Currently enrolled, we have about 2,800 students. We're expected to have a graduating class of 177, and then just natural attrition of kids as we approach more towards the 2,592, which our charter enrollment cap was set. We're asking for the 3,100, as Ms. Becerra had said, based on the numbers and the students that are on our wait list. We are able to sufficiently support that quantity of students. We were not able to enroll any new students this year per the state board's orders. So as a child does depart from us, for whatever their circumstances may be, we were not able to refill that slot. In terms of that, it did impact our staffing because when you have less kids, the staff quota goes down, obviously it goes hand in hand. So with this increased request, we'd be able to not only to provide more instruction to students in the state of North Carolina, because they can live anywhere in the state of North Carolina, we also can increase our staffing and our resources to better support kids and hopefully grow our academics in our school at the same time.
So you currently have enough kids on your wait list to get to this 3,100?
100%. We're over, extremely.
This is to enroll them though next school.
Correct.
Yeah. Not, you're pretty much
Not currently.
enrolling at this
Yeah.
point.
We cannot enroll through this year.
Do you have a number of how many students withdrew this year?
We started at about 3,100 when the school started, so we're down about 300 kids just for natural, unforeseen circumstances, families moving. Some schools did move to more of a homeschool model. They did like that aspect because we do require live instruction. We have teachers that teach live classes in the morning from about 8 to 1. So for personal preferences, those students did depart from us. And then just natural, they wanted to go back to their brick and mortar, which is a pure option that they do have.
I'll add color commentary on that. That number may seem like, 300, but when you put that in the fact that they have 2,800 students, that's about a 10% rate. I mean, you see virtual schools across the country, that's lower than what you see. You usually see in virtual education somewhere around a 20% attrition rate in a year's time. So.
I agree with a leader of a brick and mortar school that lost 10% of their staff. We would all be asking, why that happened. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Any other questions? Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve their request to increase to 3,100.
Second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Ms. Bakura, could you take a voice
Can we have a
vote?
discussion?
Oh, please.
Something she said confused me. You began the year with almost 3,000,
Yeah, we were up.
but you weren't approved to serve?
We could not disenroll back down to 2592 because the state board put us back to our original charter cap,
Which was?
2592. But we were over that, so that decision was made after we had completed our enrollment and lottery, correct?
Maintained and
So we could maintain, we could not grow.
Okay, thank you. That clarified that for me.
Any other discussion?
Can I ask one question? So I'm looking at your enrollment right now and noticing that the proposed enrollment would actually be under some of the current enrollment with regard to your early grades. So why didn't you propose to, are you assuming you're gonna have less kids in those grades? So right now you have 221 second graders, but you're proposing 200. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because our enrollment capacity based on our caps of staff is 175, so we just have to make that adjustment.
Yeah, I was wondering why in the proposal that didn't seem to be.
Yeah, we have grade level caps set forth, so class size. So with that number, then based on the number of staff allocated per each grade, we'd have to make that adjustment. Because we'd have to spread the 3,100 over K-12. It's not so specific to a elementary, middle, or high school level.
Yeah, I just was wondering about, to go from 221 to 200, but in 8th grade, it has 269 to go to 300.
Yeah, in our middle school,
Spread it out.
yeah. Yeah, in our middle school and high school, our highest enrollment is at the elementary level, but that also sets the cause that would be the natural attrition of students leaving because that number is higher. So we actually do retain more kids in middle school and the high school level.
That makes
Any other discussion?
All right, John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Brand,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay, Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Stephen Gay.
Aye.
All right, that passes. So that will go to state board in April and May, and then we'll send you a final approval letter.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for coming. All right, so So we, I believe we wanted to switch the agenda around a little bit.
Yes.
So we'll do the updates towards the end of the meeting, and we will go ahead and start with the renewal discussion and voting for the final 2 schools you have.
Okay. And we are starting with Jenna.
Okay.
All right. So today we have 2 schools here today. Just as a reminder, in the February meeting, both schools had some compliance concerns that had related corrective action. So the vote was tabled to this month. Both schools are here today to give updates, as well as Shirley McFadden is here as well to give some updates. There were site visits done at both of these schools last week to give you the most updated information possible. So first we have Next Generation Academy. You have their comparability data there. As far as the compliance concerns that were noted, in these slides you'll see that anything in blue was what was noted from last month. Red are updated information from letters that we've received from DPI. I will let Ms. McFadden speak to the updates on both of those financial reviews for Next Generation.
Good morning. As a reminder, if you Ashley, if you could just jump to Next Gen, and then we can go back. Just as a reminder, these were the specific details on the non-compliance financial concerns that we had. I won't belabor that. What we wanted to talk about, I think what you all wanted an update on, was how serious did the school take our concerns, and what could we see in a month? So we did do a site visit last week, and the week before that we actually had a meeting with Next Generation Academy. If you'll move to the next slide, Ashley. Initially we had some pretty significant concerns with the internal controls, lack of any oversight with regards to approvals and purchases, very informal approach, excessive spending by the executive director, even to the point where there was an oversight in paying a personal expenditure of one of the staff members. We saw unallowable costs in the amount of $89,000 using the ESSER funds for construction-related expenditures, and then some issues with following rules about upgrading and updating anything in their building from a design perspective. On this next slide, you'll see when we did our when we had our meeting with not just to their credit, it wasn't just the executive director who attended and the treasurer. We actually had the board chair present, the board treasurer present, and I'll say they have made significant changes. They've put in requisitions, purchase orders. They've come up with some contracts for any additional duties for their teachers. Semi-annual certifications were all updated for all federal programs. All of their independent contractors have since filed their own invoices. They've even gone through to identify who's an independent contractor and who's actually an employee. They've put extra controls in place for not just the executive director, but those in higher positions because of some related parties that they felt like they needed to have some board oversight and control over any type of reimbursements. So I will say that there were, and not just, so we haven't seen the policies and procedures in writing, but I've actually seen them implemented. So to their credit, it was like night and day. And even their record keeping had significantly improved in that 1 month time period. They did actually start all the way back at the beginning of February. So as soon as they left here, they've put all these things in place and started using them. We've given them an extension of 2 weeks to get us the written policies and procedures to match, but that's nothing in comparison to having it in place. The payment arrangement, we have set up a payment arrangement with them for the $89,000 that's due back. We're going to give them 2 installments who wanted to be mindful of the financial situation. And they've agreed to the 2 installments on the return. Remember, this is just my fiscal monitoring. I'll give you updated monitoring briefly on the 21st century findings as well. And that last bullet just speaks to the board commitments and oversight. The board treasurer is committed to, or the board in general has committed to doing on-site visits periodically to ensure that the policies and procedures that they've discussed and expected and are putting in place are actually being delivered. That having been said, what's the only thing that I feel like has not been addressed, and I spoke to Dr. Misher this morning, I didn't get to talk to him while we were on site, was just this idea of why these things were happening. A lot of this is stemming from a lack of just somebody being completely responsible for the finances. So you have a treasurer and they have a third-party accounting firm. There appears to be a lot of reliance, not just for this charter, but in general when we visit charters, that those third-party accounting firms are doing more than just the accounting piece. So internally, there wasn't in my opinion, a focus on someone who understood what internal controls were and how important they were, the importance of understanding supplant versus supplement rules, the importance of what you're going to see with PRC 110 or 21st Century funds, understanding you cannot draw down funds that you haven't expended. These are all just examples of this kind of mismatch of either over-reliance on a third-party accounting firm and not having somebody internally to speak to this. And I would say it even goes one step further, because when you have a finance officer, you have a person that understands your financial accounting records and financial statements. So somebody just that to help them through all of the deficit spending that we've seen over the years and how they're kind of going backwards and not forwards, even though they've gotten this extra money. So I did share that with Dr. Misher, so he had a chance to talk to you all about this morning. The last point, what we didn't have too many details on or didn't go into last time was the fact that 21st Century had also done a review, which I know you all were aware of, and they had at the time, I want to say it was like maybe $30,000 that was due for undocumented transactions or transactions that couldn't be supported. Additional information was provided to DPI. They've brought that down to $19,000. That $19,000 has actually been repaid already to DPI. Things that were included were time for bus drivers and staff that overlap between the day and the summer hours or the evening hours for the program. It says undocumented expenditures. I'd go as far as to say the record retention process in the past was absolutely has a lot to do with them not being able to trace every single transaction down. They have absolutely, they'll correct that. This will not be the same next time, I'm sure, when we go out there. And then the Chromebooks, unfortunately, they drew down $14,000 based on what they thought they were going to spend, and that funding didn't come back to DPI until it was recognized. So, but again, it goes back to somebody understanding the rules and what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. So, any questions that I can answer around Next Generation Academy?
Do you know if, so they're using a third-party support group. Was anyone in that organization raising a red flag and saying you can't spend the money in this PRC, or
yeah,
was it?
I don't know. I do know, just based on my experience with that firm and other third-party accounting firms, they do have a general appreciation. Dr. Misher might be able to say whether or not they've explicitly said, don't spend on this. I will say that firm thought that charter schools could spend on construction, didn't realize the 50-year rule was in place, but that's also why they are not hired to be the keepers, or they don't have the role and responsibility. And I tell our charters that every time we visit, and our LEAs, if they're using them, some of them are small enough. You cannot outsource the responsibility for ensuring that costs are allowable. Somebody who's approving and authorizing internally, when they're signing off, that's their responsibility. That's Dr. Misher, that's anybody, the principal. They need to understand what the allotment manual says, because that's what they're actually doing, is saying that's okay for an expenditure. And that firm was hired to do the accounting, to enter things into Link, to do the student accounting. not explicitly to ensure the costs were allowable.
Agreed. I wasn't asking that question to put the onus and responsibility on that
Yeah.
firm. I was actually wondering if maybe just because of their work and their expertise, if they had raised red flags that the school had just decided to ignore.
I know they will do it if they are familiar with the rules. I just didn't want I want to be clear on a reliance. Yeah.
Moving forward, do they have a finance committee? Do they have someone from the board, the head of school, a business manager, finance officer? They're committed to meeting?
I would definitely.
monthly? I mean, is that something that you've seen? Or?
So I'd say the answer is no, because it didn't get addressed in our corrective action response. The focus was on making sure, that segregation of duties existed and that there was more board oversight. I shared with Dr. Mischer today when I saw him, because I thought it was important for him to speak to that answer. Like, what is it they're going to do to ensure going forward that there is a focus on understanding the allowability costs and how they can be spent, understanding their finances, their financial situation, and their accounting records and how things work from an accounting perspective. But I think that's a harder answer that they're really going to have to think through how they move forward with that, making sure they're in compliance.
Is he here? Or
Yes, he's here. He's here.
Because I think that's a pretty important point for us to have confidence that if given a renewal, that this won't happen again. So convince us that this is why is this not going to happen again?
Okay. And thank you for the opportunity to come before you. We realized that there were some items that we did not have complete oversight on. Relied heavily on our accounting firm to approve us or say that it was okay. But since we've made us aware, we have formed a committee. We have a CPA that's on our board, who's our board treasurer. We have our treasurer who works with us, and we have a team and we have a committee that's going to make sure that we are aware of what we can and can't do moving forward. The majority, even of that $80,000, about $70,000 of it was we had to repair some of our air conditions, some things in some bathrooms, and when the money came out, they said these are the items that you can't do because of airflow and things you can do to make sure that your students are in a safe environment. And we relied heavily on our provider, who indicated yes, that those items could be done. And now that we know that we have to go beyond that and make sure that we as a team are fully aware of what the cans and can't be done as we move forward.
I can see how that happened. There was a lot going on when that money first came out, and what can you do with the money? I get that part. But I don't understand how people could get reimbursed for things they hadn't spent money on yet. And I don't understand how you can pull down $13,000 for computers that you don't buy.
Okay.
That money has to be spent within 3 days. I don't understand how those kinds of things happen.
Okay.
And that's concerning to me, because your CPA on your board is going to see your budget at the end of the month. They're not looking at every single invoice that comes in. They're not looking at POs as they come in. Who's doing that?
Okay. We have our treasurer and our outsourced provider. That's what was in place, but now we have put in procedures and make sure that there's sign off and signatures for every debits and every credits that we have to make sure that this doesn't happen again. But the way it happened that time is we were trying to spend some money by the end of September because we thought it was going to go back. And so we had submitted that we were going to purchase those computers, and that money was drawn down, and we really did not know at that time that it had been drawn down, the oversight on our part. And so the money was there, and then we went to submit to purchase and get the computers and going forward. And like you said, it wasn't spent within a certain amount of time. And then when they audited, they indicated we had to spend that money back to them. But we did not have enough of the steps in place to make sure that that didn't happen, which is what we have. We have ensured that those things are in place now. It was a really big learning lesson for us, and we understand it. we have to make sure that all I's are crossed, dotted and T's crossed.
I guess I still don't hear, and maybe this treasurer person you're talking about, who on staff is the person who gets the notifications when an allotment has been added? Who's the person on staff who knows what's been drawn down, checks your checking account,
That's right.
and sees that the money has been deposited, so therefore knows what the drawdown is? Like, who's doing that?
Okay, all right. Our treasurer, here's Ms. McNeil.
Hi, my name is Vicki McNeil. I am the one that checks the deposits. Unfortunately, again, as Dr. Misher said, this has been a great learning experience on my part personally. Aprio, who is our financial vendor, they actually draw down the funds on our behalf. Prior to all of this coming out, we would get deposits to our account, but I didn't necessarily know where those funds were coming from, if they were federal funds, state funds. I have since, I have access now to go into the Link system to find out where each of those deposits come from. We get deposits periodically from our drawdowns. I didn't know specifically where they were coming from.
But how are they? So when I send, we have an outside vendor as well. I send invoices, an AP pack, to my outside vendor.
Right.
And based on the AP pack they get from me, they draw down money. So I know exactly how much they're supposed to draw down because I know exactly what I sent in the AP pack. What I'm not understanding is, how was money being drawn down that you didn't authorize?
I can't answer that, I'm sorry. We get money drawn down for different things, and, for whether it's for payroll, whether our invoices, and...
Don't you send the payroll, though? Don't you guys send your own payroll?
Yes. I guess I rely on Aprio as far as knowing how much from each fund we are to expect to have drawn down. I was not, I guess, aware.
Are you the one responsible for keeping the books at the school?
Yes, I'm the bookkeeper.
Have you had the same vendor from the whole 5 years you had your charter?
Yes. They were there. Well, I started in 2020, and we had Aprio at that time.
I have to tell you, this is disconcerting. But what I'm hearing from Financial Business Services is that you have regrouped and now have some stuff in place. For me to support this, we would have to have some kind of a stipulation that somebody's checking on these people on a regular basis. I don't understand how you can have money being drawn down and you don't know how much it is or what it's for. And that's a recipe for disaster, as you see.
Oh, I definitely see it now. And I will tell you, this has been, I cannot explain how much of an eye-opener this has been for me personally as the bookkeeper. And I do take a lot of ownership for this because a lot of things, I guess I didn't make myself aware of that I should have been aware of. But working with Shirley and with Aprio and our finance committee, this has brought a lot to my attention that as I look back, I see why we're here today. And like I said, I personally take responsibility for me just not being aware of certain things in the charter school area where I have learned, and I know going forward we've made a lot of changes.
I know they're taking it serious. The day of the last time we got together, Dr. Misher called me on the phone and was asking for some, what are the next steps, and some of the things that I was putting in place at school. My question for this is there, Shirley, not to put anything else on your office because I know you guys are thin, but is there, what kind of training is available to make sure that what's missing is put in place so that there's like next time you come, you can say, check, yes, that they're doing that. Is there something that's available for her, for the treasurer of the board or whatever, that would help make sure that you know the process of drawing down funds, you know how to do the everything that Cheryl just got done saying?
There are no training sessions currently happening. Jennifer, when she came on board, anticipates that we begin doing monthly webinars, especially for charters. We realize how many there are, and they're stretched thin with how much they're responsible for. There are manuals online that are available to them on how cash should work, and there are other training sessions that school business has done in the past that they can access. And then our training currently is focused on ready to open schools, so we do a lot of training up front before the schools open. Clearly, this one's been open for a little while.
Would you see that any value in like their financial people going through the ready to open piece? Because obviously there looks like there's missing pieces that they're unaware of.
Yeah, we could probably,
at least on the financial side, I guess.
Yeah, I think it'd probably be worth us outlining the areas that they need improvements, but I'll be honest, this is why we suggest a finance officer and a person that understands finances at a higher level, and I don't mean that in any disrespectful way. It's just there isn't a person focused on that level of the finances. So we can assist them through where they're at currently and identify some of those opportunities and have the right people reach out and have them learn through those things, give them all the resources. That wouldn't be a problem, and it'd be the right thing to do. But I think in general and globally, we need strong charter school finance officers, because LEAs are responsible for knowing this as well. And it usually comes down to a couple people, and it's their job to know it. They've got to know the allotments, the encumbrances, the zero out. But a bookkeeper is that. They keep your books for you. The next level will bring you a lot more different types of value from a finance perspective.
Thank you.
You're
I have a question. The CCLC, I'm assuming that's their preschool program?
This is 21st Century Learning. This is the after-school program at the school.
So money that was only allocated for the 21st Century grant was used by the school?
It was used by the school for general operations, yes. So
and I do know that federal programs does an awful lot of training on that too.
That's probably where the training is, actually. The Title I federal programs does an annual training event, has a conference where they go over Title I and all the federal requirements. That actually is probably where the training would be.
You
Did anybody from the school attend that training?
I don't know that.
Yes, on the 21st Century.
Who attended?
Okay, it's myself, the 21st Century Director, and Assistant Director for the 21st Century.
Federal Programs does a summer, it's like 4-day. You absolutely you gotta be there. And it's phenomenal. They take every single program and they talk about how to file, all of that. And you gotta make sure you're there.
I'm a real concerned that if this school wasn't coming up for renewal, we might not know.
We wouldn't even know. 5 years, if it had been 10-year charter.
Is there any discussion of looking for another third-party vendor?
Absolutely.
Who are you looking at, Dr. Minister? Don't mind me asking.
Okay. Arcadia has been brought forth. I know they do a number of the after schools, not the after schools, they do a number of the charter schools. We're already with them. They do our power school portion of our operations. So I have been in conversations with them and are awaiting a bid or proposal for them moving in possibly for the next school year.
Like, I'm not an advocate for anybody. I'm just saying that we just recently, a year ago, got a new business manager for the school, and they do an exceptional job of coming out and making sure that the communication between the two entities is clear.
Right.
And when things don't work, I can tell you that they don't, it doesn't move unless it's done I's dotted, T's crossed, as you said.
Good. And we found that out in our investigations of Arcadia. That's why they are our number one prospect at this time.
Do you, is your board meeting monthly?
Yes, we meet monthly.
And is there a financial report being delivered to the board every month?
Yes, they do get a financial report each month.
And who's presenting that? Who's putting that report together for you? Aprio, our financial contractor, they put that.
Surely they,
No, I would just say that maybe as a practice in the future, I mean, they might inform that report, but your staff has to own that report.
Right. We meet prior to that. They submit, we get the report a week before, and then we have a meeting with myself, the principal, the treasurer, and the board treasurer. And so we go through the report, and then the presentation is made by us, but they are present at our board meetings for any comments. So we go through that.
surely they're on month-to-month allotments, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have they depleted their state funds yet? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Dr. Misher said no.
That's fine.
Will the month-to-month go past this school year?
We will leave them on month-to-month because of the state of their financials this year as well, so they'll be going into the next year. The entire FY24 year, they'll be on month-to-month, and we'll reassess this time next year when we get the next financial statement audit. Our concern is just the rate of spending and how they're overspending their revenues. So we're just trying, that's our mechanism for protecting the funds.
And since we've been on the month-to-month, it's been a better situation for us because of the monitoring of the finances more closely and knowing the amount that's going to come each month rather than having a big pot of money out there. So it has not been a disadvantage to us at this time.
What's the enrollment trajectory look like for next year?
Okay, we've increased by over 100 students each year. We're currently at like 415. We have a little over 100 students are enrolled on the lottery. The lottery we run it this week, so we're projecting 550, somewhere between 525 and 550 is what our projection would be.
Okay, let's
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Misher. Yes. On your action plan, I see a number of documents that you've made revisions to.
Yes.
Or you've uploaded formally that these will be placed to use. Has your board created or you created sort of an SOP, standard operating procedure, to define the steps of how to use each form, what's required, what must be done as you complete each of these tasks? I think the form is one thing.
Sure.
I think understanding your SOP is also critical to doing it the right way.
Yes, we've updated our rules and procedures, our policies and procedures for not only these forms, but a number of our forms. We sent our former policies and procedures to our attorney, and she made some suggestions as well as some of the suggestions that we received back from our site reviews. And so we've formalized those plans, and we're about ready to, another board meeting away from voting on all of those to make sure that everything is in place. Yes. Yeah, right there.
Okay, let's discussion. I have to say I have some major concerns. One is, how did this go on for 5 years and we didn't have a clue? That's scary. The responsibility to know what's required of you falls on the school. DPI isn't supposed to chase you down. Your third-party vendor shouldn't have to tell you what to do. The responsibility to know is on the school. I think they get that now, but I don't know that I'm comfortable with just saying, go forth and do for the next 3 years without some kind of check-in in between. That we're sure that the things that they say they're gonna do are implemented and continue to be implemented, and they don't fall back into comfortable patterns.
And part of that would be the 2 payments that are necessary to be made. They're not made yet,
Yes.
so we've yet to see the follow-through. And in fact, it would be May 1st and September 1st. So
Yeah.
it is concerning.
Yeah, and it's a lot of money, and they're already struggling with money. I don't know, what other people thinking?
When a applicant comes before CSAB and wants an application, they're telling us that they know what they're doing and they're capable of doing it. There's an awful lot of autonomy to charter schools. When a school fails in the autonomy that they're given, either we tighten up on the autonomy or we don't renew, and that's where I'm struggling right now. Which one of those two I would recommend?
I agree with you also, Chair, on the concerning part of reimbursements made and assets were not purchased, and I assume are still not purchased, and it's still just an unknown, unaccountable.
They had to give the money back, but.
Set of expenses, so the money has been
Yeah.
restored in that.
Well, I don't know
is
if
that
it's
the
been,
19,000?
I think that's part of the 19,000 that's been paid back. But how do you reimburse people for things that haven't been bought yet? Like.
How does the
then-
person accept that
Yeah,
reimbursement?
like you don't have any receipts.
Right.
So that means you're reimbursing without receipts. I mean, all of that is just basic practice, like.
It's not even gray.
No, that's not, this is how it works in schools. This is how it works. You don't get reimbursed reimbursed. That the word itself suggests that something was
Spent.
Yes, yes. Somebody want to make a motion?
Is someone talking?
I think Hilda was trying to say
Hilda, are you
something.
trying to talk? You need to be a little bit louder.
I'm just concerned with the ladies,
What's she
We
saying?
can't hear you, Hilda.
and we yet to have to see the proof that they can handle everything financially the way they should, starting with the third party accountant.
I think she's saying
Yes.
something about having proof that they can
But-
handle.
The tough decision they have to make, but it's something that they brought on upon themselves. Did you hear me now?
You're very low, Hilda. It's very hard to hear you.
And I work on the audio.
Oh,
Thank
that
you.
was
better.
You're better now.
Oh, that's better, okay. Well, I was agreeing with the ladies, and it's a lot to digest, and it's a lot to feel comfortable that they really understand their responsibilities financially. It's very serious to me, very serious. Thank you.
One comment I would make is that a lot of relatively new businesses have bad financial practices. And I've been engaged with some of them. They learn through hard knocks, unfortunately. They usually don't have to learn those lessons in the public eye. So I don't want us to think that this kind of thing could never happen, because it happens all the time. It just doesn't get seen, and actually, it's a positive that we have, that there are institutions that actually help define these problems for us. Obviously, it's a big concern, but the big question is, what's the situation going forward? They've had the hard knocks. And the question is whether or not they're going to survive that process. And I'm understanding of the hard knocks part for sure, though. That it can't happen, but it often does. And organizations rally and get beyond it.
So this school's up for a 3-year renewal. And I know that we've had this is financial, we've had academic issues where, the schools know going into next year, they're already on the clock. So I hear Ms. Turner saying that there should be some sort of mechanism in place, and maybe what would be good, at least for year one, if approved, would be maybe a quarterly update from the school and from finance on how things are going into year one with regard to has everything taken place like it should have with financial systems in place. And then also, I'd be interested in Dr. Mishra thinking about some sort of support structure for the finance officer, if that's the finance officer and that's who we're going to work with, or the support that person needs to be able to do the job effectively and to help put systems into place, because what you don't know sometimes, you don't know it if you don't know it, right? Yeah. And so it might be helpful to provide some sort of structure in place for that. So, I'd be willing to make a motion to approve Next Generation for a 3-year renewal starting July 1st, 2023, if the board would consider a quarterly report from the school with regard to where they are in systems and the amount of money, how the finances are looking in year one. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and I will also, just for the benefit of your knowledge, let you know that for any of our schools, especially our 3-year renewals, we definitely keep a close eye on them in terms of trying, and I'll be talking a little bit later today about some restructures to the office I'm thinking about, but trying to provide them more one-on-one support, more frequent site visits. Obviously, we don't do the financial reviews, but being able to have a better relationship in terms of one-on-one, what do you need, who can we help you connect with in DPI, because there are a lot of resources that I think sometimes schools don't take advantage of for numerous reasons. So I don't want you to think that with a 3-year, that they're just let go for 3 years. There's a lot of monitoring and communication that takes place between schools and our office, particularly for 3-year renewals.
Is there, you have your standard operating procedures, all those things are in place, but is there a plan in place to wipe out, your unassigned governmental balance from fiscal year 20, you're $165,000 in negative, 21, $324,000, fiscal year 22 was $302,000. Your cash overdrawn for fiscal year 22 was $108,000, $67,000 overdrawn in fiscal year 2021. All right, so you're getting your stuff in a row, but you're starting behind the 8 ball. Is there a plan to get you out behind the 8 ball? Because we didn't look at the academic side of it yet, because you got your finances. You're so far in the hole.
And they have to come up with $90,000 between now and September.
So that's the question: is how is that going to be addressed? We are in the process of fixing A, but you got B, C, and D before you can get to E. What's the plan to fix that? Because if you're gonna take another year, you're gonna incur another year's worth of debt and another year's worth of debt. Are we just kicking that can down the road?
Can you respond to that?
Hello, Brian Moore, Board Treasurer. We are not kicking that can down the road. Currently, I think on the last budget that we saw, we were $400,000 in the black for this current year. In January, we approved a reduction in our expenditures by $500,000. We've got over $2 million worth of grants, our increased enrollment. We've tightened the belt all across the board. We should be able to eradicate that $300,000 net negative fund balance in this current year. So going forward, we should be in a positive place. All of the liabilities and whatnot, we can pay off the $80,000, the $89,000 in the next 2 payments that are coming up in May and in September. So this year was critical for us. We knew exactly where we were. We've done a lot around the budget. I'll tell you, every month when we look at that budget, we're also projecting out for the rest of the year. Because we've been in places where we had to go and raise debt and whatnot. We're paying our debt off. We're in a positive place, about $400,000 in the net positive right now. And then by the end of the year, we should be able to eradicate that $300,000 net negative fund balance.
just as a reminder, on the academic side, we're focused on finances today. Their academic comparable data, they've met or exceeded growth for the last 3 years that we're looking at data.
We only have 1 year of data for them.
Well, 2017, going back to 2017, 18, they had exceeded growth.
In 17, 18?
I think you're looking at IC Transform.
Oh, I think you're looking at.
You're looking at
I'm
IC
sorry.
Transform.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry, my mistake. Wrong. Oh,
Okay. So they only have this 1 year of data?
yeah.
Yes.
1 year.
Right.
And I think I saw they were minus 15 compared to their LEA. That's a lot.
Can you put the first, the other screen that you
We have a motion, but we don't have a
The
second.
second, right.
Subgroup data.
We currently have a motion on the table without a second.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. In discussion. Do we want to say anything about the academics? Like, we kind of acted like that wasn't a big deal all of a sudden.
So why is there only 1 year of data though? I don't know.
So they're a 5-year school. The 2 years we didn't count. So why don't you have one
They had
more?
a delay there.
And they had a delay. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
excuse me.
So they didn't have testing grades the first year.
Yeah, and then 2 years don't count.
So they're a D school, low performing.
Yeah,
Is that her
which would
current
mean,
status?
that would mean they either met, did you meet growth or,
They met
okay, so
growth.
if you met or didn't meet growth and a D, you're considered low performing.
Eric, the motion made was for, the 3-year renewal
Yeah, got
with
that.
a stipulation of quarterly financial reports from the school and, if necessary, from the finance office. Finance Department at DPI.
I don't have the framework in front of me. They're falling to a 3-year. Would the academics have necessitated a 3-year? Or is it-
Yes, they're low performing, and we put all the low performings in 3.
Unless it's in
And this is
legislation.
the
Unless
fourth
it, yeah,
year.
yeah.
Financial disciplinary
Right.
statuses, this is your 4,
Yeah.
2023.
3 is the only viable option, I think.
I'm wondering whether or not the true accountability for something this egregious isn't a little more prescribed than simply annual or quarterly financial statement or court reports.
Speak to
I
which,
don't know enough to, like, that's where I would lend, the people over here who would feel to say, here's the mandated trainings, here's what they should be, here's reports that they should be sending, here's the things that should be going there. But I did also hear from Ashley saying that you already keep kind of a tight rein over 3 years.
And it's one of those things too, where if, let's say next year we get a report that we don't wanna get from some of the monitoring from the fiscal side or from the federal program side, we always have the ability to, have them come before you and place other stipulations or, things like that, so.
And Eric, I'm sorry, I forgot one of the wording I had in there too is also prescribed training for the finance officer from the school administration. Because I think that's a key piece, and I don't know if that, like I said, I don't know if it comes from the federal side or from Shirley's side or whomever would be able to provide that support. Because I was going off base of what Ashley was saying with the support that's already gonna come from her office. But then I think getting oversight back to let us know if we find out in October that it's already showing a negative trajectory, it's time to come bring things back full circle. But just like with the academic side of things, either you're gonna take this seriously and put things in place, or you're not, and it's gonna, it is what it is at that point. Cause I would think that if, in any of the schools that we've talked about that are in this kind of situation, that this can't happen again kind of mode, right? So it's like, either it's going to be addressed, or obviously CSAB will have to take the steps that they need to at that time.
What was why were they on disciplinary dating back to 2020?
I believe it has to do with the fund balance. Yeah.
That's correct. Disciplinary has been related to financials the entire time. So if you have if you recall, we had all those red flags. So if you're over 25% in excess spending of your revenues, we're going to start looking at you and then match it up with the negative unassigned fund balance. We pull these factors together to make a decision about the financial health and well-being of the organization. That is where we start and put them on different levels depending on how significant the financial concerns are. And we've just been concerned about this school for the last 3 years.
Madam Chair, I have a couple questions that you probably know. Have we been able to see any internal academic data, even though we don't have official test results? Do we know how the school reported their own performance?
I think when they came originally to talk to us, because they were in the 3-year group, they did bring internal data. But
We don't know what that was.
well, we just saw so many of them, I forgot.
Yeah, I know, I understand that. Also, then, their current enrollment is at 320, but they're projecting to have over 500.
Well, he said current enrollment was 415.
415, that's, I'm not sure where that number came from.
That was last year's.
Okay,
Yeah,
we are at 415.
And they're talking about going to 525. What
Is
grades
that what
are
you-
you now?
Would be K7,
You'll be K7 this year? Next year? Or you're currently K7?
K6 right now.
Also, did we have any access to view budget numbers or checking account balances or specific information about their financial status that would tell us the health or the capacity to reach a healthy financial situation?
I don't think we did. Shirley came in the last time and talked about their audit and their current financial status at that time.
So surely there's a plan. I mean, did you see the capacity to correct the financial deficits and be able to move forward in a healthy way over time? I understand.
I think that's a challenging question to answer. The expenditures, I mean, you have to be very aware of all of your spending habits, and if you don't have a person who's focused on that, but it's hard for the executive director to be all things, right? So if he's spending on construction and doesn't realize the impact on the overall budget and what it's going to do to the numbers, so I'd say Alexis and I spoke about her approach to this in the past and how do we ensure that schools that are on disciplinary have a plan moving forward. It becomes a very difficult situation to monitor. It is very contingent on each school and their choices on how they cut spending and do those things. I can say we can make an effort to work with them to see where they're at and try to get some comfort. If you choose to have that quarterly reporting, it'll give us an opportunity to get some more insight into their financials, to see what the budget numbers are, to see if they're adjusting. Quite frankly, it may be worth our understanding what those decisions are as they're cutting back. Or different decisions that they're having to make to get out from under this hole. But we're just not in the details at that level to be able to give a response to that. Yeah.
You said you cut $500,000 out of your budget. What did you cut? How did you do that?
That's this year's budget?
Yeah, that's what you just said.
Contracted services, I think we had rent reductions, we had, can I pull up my sheet?
I do want to note that I received a message from federal programs for the 21st century, and they have asked that if they are given a renewal, that if you would consider a stipulation that they attend the 21st century trainings throughout the year. They said they have tons of PD opportunities and they need to attend.
Okay, thank you.
I'll amend my
Which
motion.
means they're listening.
While you're looking that up, what have the results of the audits been for the last few years?
Going concern, I think.
They have not had a going concern identified for that school. Our decisions were based on our financial analysis of the numbers that have been presented. I don't believe we've had any other big findings that we would have brought to your attention as a concern that weren't usual or customary.
External auditing firm had.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about.
Yeah, with the external auditors, these are the they present the numbers that we use for a financial analysis. So it's based on those audits.
So
These
these were findings in their audit?
No. Mm-mm. This is, so the audit gets presented to DPI, and we use the audited numbers off of their financial statements to do the calculations or just lift the number, like the unassigned government fund balance is audited to make sure it's an accurate number that's reflected there. So the auditor has not stated it's a going concern for this particular school. Probably because it's federally and state funded. Usually you're going to get those funds, and those are very reliable funds. If I have to go look. If they had, Dr. Misher, do you remember, did you have a finding just related to the negative fund balance? Okay. So when they get a finding related to the negative fund balance, the auditors will recognize that as a finding, but it's that. It's you need to get yourself out of this negative. There's not action associated with it. We have started using the analysis every year as our mechanism for making them aware. You've got to do something about this fund balance, and when it gets really bad, we're going to put you on monthly because we don't want you to take all your state funding and then, not have any money to get through the school year. So that's...
So let me restate my question.
Sorry.
They have had clean audits, correct? Yes or no?
I wouldn't call the audit with findings clean.
Yeah, no, right. They've had an issue related to the unassigned government fund balance being negative. So not clean audits, no.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Clean audit as in free of material misstatement, yes, but with findings. Does that make sense? The areas that we cut based on the projections were related to after school, contracted services, non-cap equipment, salaries and bonus, staff development, and I think our utilities were also coming in lower than expected. And so what we do every month is that we've got our full budget that we've done for the entire year. We spread it out over 12 months. We see our actual spending in each and every one of those categories, and over the first 6 months, those were the ones that were trending to be we over budgeted for. We knew that we were growing every year. We knew our staff was growing. We did, in the beginning of the year, kind of an estimate of what we were going to be going in, and we saw, based on the funding that we've had with all the grants and the increased enrollment, that our expenditures are not going to come in as high as expected. Therefore, we were able to reduce the expected expenditures in those categories so that we can increase our net fund balance.
Okay, so that's based on your projected budget at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
So where'd Shirley go? Shirley, the numbers you're giving me, you don't know anything about their projected budget, so the numbers that you're looking at are actual.
That's correct, based on the prior fiscal year, audited financial information. Right.
So actually, your $500,000 savings is a paper savings at this point, because this is money you actually thought you were going to spend, but you did your revenues modify at all?
Our revenues are constant, but we had basically a balanced budget. And so we're not going to spend up, so that creates your positive fund balance.
Okay, so your revenues were actual, but the budget was projected, and you moved back on the projected budget based on current spending.
Partly, our revenue are actual through 6 months at that time when we did it. That makes sense.
How are you addressing the fact that you have $90,000 to pay back in the next 6 months? Where's that money coming from?
I'm not sure which funds, but I know that we had $300,000 in the. We have enough in the account currently. Okay. Local funds.
Local funds.
Okay. Can I get a clarification on? You currently have 415 students. Is that correct? Is that what I heard?
That's correct.
All right. You're low performing, so you can go up. You can only
Oh, that's right.
20%, so that's, 498, I believe. But you said you projected to go 500? You're gonna enroll more than what you'll be state funded for?
That's based on our original application, said that we could do that.
So adding a grade.
Would this not be their 6th year that they'd be in, actually?
Yeah, that'll be their 6 year. Your original app doesn't cover you anymore. It was only a 5-year app. So your max is 20% over. It's not even 20% over the 415 if 415 wasn't your first month ADM. It's 20% over your first month ADM. 425 was your first month ADM, so you can go 20% over that. That's the max. And get funded. I mean, you can take kids and get local.
Can you restate your motion?
I think it got added to federal programs.
Right. So, I move to recommend New Generation receive a 3-year renewal term starting July 1st, 2023. In addition, the training that was required by the 21st Century Grant, as well as quarterly statements back to CSAB with regard to where they are financially going into next year.
I would like to add a friendly amendment that they also talk about academics when they come.
I'm wondering if
So
May
like
1st,
benchmark data?
Yeah.
if the May 1st payment deadline could be a trigger for some kind of notification. I think we need to know that that's fulfilled.
That actually got paid.
May 1st and September 1st are
Yeah,
triggers
because
if they don't
quarterly,
happen.
yeah, because quarterly probably wouldn't be till October, right?
Pardon me?
Quarterly wouldn't be until October from July. Yeah, so.
Yeah, October would be first quarter.
So, yeah, okay, can we add to your friendly amendment that,
Somebody
that we
write this
get,
down.
that we get some kind of feedback that the May and September 1 payments were made?
And school
They don't
business
necessarily
typically sends us closure documentation, so that can be forwarded from our office,
Yeah,
from
if-
DPI.
Yeah, if we just get notified, but.
Okay, so then to the motion, the motion is to approve a 3-year, recommend a 3-year to the state board with the mandatory training from 21st Century, the May 1st
And September 1st.
September 1st reports, as well as quarterly academic and financial statements in the first year to see progress.
Whoever seconded, can you second that?
Second.
Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
My last discussion is just if it was strictly a D school that met growth, I would totally support the renewal. The fact that they have these financial issues and weren't able to correct them until it was brought to their attention gives me a lot of pause.
Any other discussion?
I would just agree to 4 years of financial disciplinary action.
Is it proper? Ms. McCarron.
All right. John
Are we
Eldridge?
ready for-
Oh, did Hilda say something?
Hilda, did you want to speak?
Yes, are we ready for the question?
What question?
I'm getting
To
ready.
vote?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Hilda.
I was asking, are we ready for the question to vote?
Oh, yes, I'm gonna do it now. John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Bryan,
Nay.
Rita Hare,
I'm in the same place. I don't know what I'm gonna say.
Nay.
Hilda Parlay,
Nay.
Shelley Shope,
Nay.
Cheryl Turner,
Nay.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Nay.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Stephen Gay.
Nay.
Okay.
So where are we?
It did not pass, so there were let's see, 4.
Yeah.
Agreement and 1,
6 nays.
yep, 6 nays.
6 to 4? All right, so we need another, motion.
What's the alternative that we're,
I'm sorry?
what is the alternative we're,
Well, I
the
mean,
alternative is closed?
that would be an alternative unless somebody has a motion that's something different that people will vote for. Okay, hearing no motions, what are people thinking? Let's hear from some of the people who voted nay. If you voted nay, are you thinking?
The things that charter schools, that will shut down a charter school are financial improprieties and low academic performance, or some combination of both. That's why.
And
It's a historical track record of insolvency. This is a pattern, and at some point, where do you cut the ties and stop spending taxpayer money?
it's just baffling to know that they did not have financial adeptness, or someone on the board, or the third party who knows about charter school laws. Excuse me. These are my voice. Irresponsibility, as far as I'm concerned.
I think the reason I made the motion that I did, what pushed me towards that was, as you had said earlier, how are we just finding out about this now? Well, it's been found out, and I feel corrective action has at least been agreed upon and understood that needs to happen. Had it been that by the time they were here last time to where they are now, if Shirley McFadden was to tell us that there were still problems and they weren't willing to work with her and things of that nature, I think I would have felt differently. So knowing that there was at least the understanding that we've messed up and we want to make this better, I felt comfortable enough to make that recommendation.
And it was a good one, and I appreciate that, and I think it causes me to even ask, should we have been doing something more to get involved?
That's kind of how I'm feeling
Earlier.
too.
Who else is out there that we don't know about that's in a financial distress?
Yeah, I'm really on the fence. I went nay, but I could have just as easily. There's a part of me that says this is really scary, and I think, to Rita's point, the part that's making me feel like this is really scary is this was happening and we didn't have a clue. And we have no way to get a clue until there's some reason. If their academics had been decent, we might not have still known.
Cheryl,
Yes?
this is Shelley. My concern, right along the line of exactly what you were saying, we didn't know, however, they did as a school. Because 4 years, is that not right, of financial issues?
Yeah, they've been on disciplinary for 4 years.
So, the fact that we didn't know, but however they knew, and still it hasn't been corrected.
That's an interesting question. As you've been on disciplinary all this time, what were you doing, even if you didn't understand about the whole processes stuff, okay? What were you doing around this issue of being on disciplinary so long? Like, over time, so you got your first year you were on disciplinary, looks like it was 2020. When you got that letter that said you're on financial disciplinary, what did you guys put in place at that point to get out of that situation?
Well, this was our first year of getting year to year, so we were on probationary status in terms of at that point. And we realized that we started off with a significant amount of debt from our first year to where that we didn't meet our targeted enrollment. So we took on a bunch of debt to survive that first year. And so since then, we have been digging out of over a $500,000 debt. 3 years, we paid it off. And so we've been bringing those debts down, paying those. We employed a grant writer who's given us over $2 million in grant that has been able to help us supplement some of our programs and start new programs. And so we've been, excuse me. Okay, yeah. And then we did have an enrollment specialist for our media. That's why we went from 120 some students our first year up to where we are now. So we knew we had a hole to dig out of. We're coming out of that hole. We know our enrollment was going up. We knew that the grant writing was continuing, and even with our academics, you mentioned, we had significant growth on our academics this year in terms of what our kids, and that's what our main focus was. Now, coming out of the learning loss and COVID, we knew that a number of our kids were in that situation. But if our numbers for our academics, Mr. Florence, our principal, can talk about those, but we made significant growth in them. But for us academically, we know that this year is when we're coming out of this hole that we're in, and we're ready to move forward with it.
Shirley, what was causing them to go, so they were probationary before, so what caused them to go up in status? Was it just the fact that they've been on it so long?
No, we look at the ratios, so they're unassigned. So last year it looked like they had made some efforts to try to decrease their overspending, if you will, and reduce their negative unassigned government fund balance. And when we can see a significant increase, they've done better, their revenue and expenditures are close in alignment, we try to recognize that annually. So we're literally doing a 1-year review, and thought that they deserve that last year. I mean, there's obviously a little bit of subjectivity involved, but there are numbers that get us to that point. So what we saw last year was at least some effort to try to move in that direction, but then we saw this year and it was like, that's like completely the wrong way. The unassigned fund balance had, tripled since last year. So it's just this unfortunate, sometimes we're going up and down, but we're trying to follow them and at least recognize when we see the improvements. So that's why they went up last year.
Thank you. So what happened, so you were getting better, and then you had another year where the unassigned fund balance was high. What happened then?
22, so for 22 and 22 and 20, sorry. So it would be the 300. Can you go back to the slide, Ashley? Show them. So it's going to be 22 because you're going to drop back to negative 300.
Again, my concern is I'm concerned about the financial health of the school, but the fact that they didn't quite understand drawing down their funds, who was monitoring that, who was doing that, that's
reimbursed for things
that
they
is my
didn't
concern.
Yeah, I mean, you're voting on whether you have confidence in the leadership going forward. And even though I don't have a vote, I don't know that I would have confidence in this leadership group going forward.
Would not.
I would not.
He said he would not.
Can I raise a concern quickly?
Please.
I think they mentioned in what they have cut from their budget for this year, two of the categories were salaries and bonuses. I would just raise a big concern with teacher pipeline the way it is right now. Ability to recruit enough staff or retain enough staff to stay open and serve an increased number of students for next year.
Well, what he was saying was when they what they cut actually was that they had over budgeted. That it's not that they got rid of, but it was that they looked at what they'd spent up to date, and they had just over budgeted. So when they say they cut it, that's why I was saying it's a paper cut.
Okay, so no teachers actually received less than the paycheck. Okay.
Still, it's a good point.
Yeah.
That it's on paper, but realistically, to get the teachers they need is probably going to require more funding.
Yeah.
Rather than less.
We absolutely have to make a decision this month because
That was my question.
it goes, that only gives State Board April and May now. So we have to make a decision this month. We've kicked this one down the can down the road as far as we can. They seem to be conferring over there, so, yeah, just a second. They appear to be conferring.
Okay, right now. Am I good?
Yes.
All right. I'm Mr. Florence, principal of Next Generation Academy, and I did come back in November. I spoke about the status of the academics, and I just want to point out the story of the academics at Next Generation Academy. There is a story behind where we are, and the moral of the story is we are growing our students, and that's what I expressed back in November. I said the same thing when we were back here in February. We are growing our students. The population that we serve, understand that they have been hit multiple times. We serve an underserved, marginalized group of students predominantly. And when they are already behind, and then in perspective, COVID hits, we're not able to have school as normal instruction for over a year. That impacts and sets them even further behind. So when we look at the fact that we are a D school, that doesn't tell the whole story in terms of the academics. I'm not talking about financials, but I heard somebody say, you're looking at academics as well as the financials. But I just want to put it in perspective that we are growing our students. We met growth last school year. That's the only one that we have data for. But it shows that we phenomenally, in a major way, grew our students. Based on the way that schools are graded, only 20% of the score was based on our growth. 80% was based on proficiency. So we're moving towards proficiency with all of our students, but we have to grow them in order to get there. So I just want to make sure that that was, clear and present before the board. What we are doing is giving our students the best possible instruction that we can give them. We're giving them as much small group work as we can. We do have highly qualified teachers that are working with all of our students. So I'm confident as the leader in terms of the academic portion that we are going to move students forward, moving forward, because that's what we have shown that we are able to do. Thank you.
I'll say here in November.
Yes.
And what was that?
That was just, I think that was the regular when they came to talk about renewal. Are we waiting for something?
We were just trying to clarify. I think they believe they were on probationary status at one point, not all disciplinary status. So we were trying to look back at previous letters.
Okay. All right, so we gotta make a decision, y'all.
And I did want to remind you all that there's a motion in front of you that if you do choose to non-renew, that you use one of those statutory non-renewal in your
Thank you.
motion.
Could I ask you a question? You seem to be speaking with, when you first started with, for lack of better words, a sense of optimism about some of the steps that have been taken. I think the question on the table has been the right one, which is there confidence in the leadership? And I'm not making you the owner of this decision, but based on what your interactions throughout the last couple months, where are you in your confidence level of the leadership to right the financial ship?
I think the processes are the easy part. The harder part is that finance officer type role, and are they committed to either having the treasurer step up to the challenges of truly understanding the whole, because their board treasurer absolutely is, I can tell he's very involved, he wants to be there on site, but he's not responsible for day-to-day. So who's going to be the finance person that's going to be there day-to-day? That's the only piece for me that's missing here is it going to be another person? It can't be hiring another third party because they're not ultimately responsible for what's happening inside. So, or are we talking about management having to take on more responsibility that probably they've already, I think you all clearly stated it was always their responsibility to know that they're going to do the allowable costs and they're going to understand encumbrances and zero out in the accounting. That piece, it's not clear to me. I do believe that if you put the stipulation out there, they're going to find a way. And if that, maybe that's another consideration or option that you can consider in that first year, if you go back to what you were saying quarterly, but also what have they done to get control over the finances with regards to who's responsible? If there's a commitment on that part, then I think that they can work through this. I think we're going to continue to see errors right now because those processes aren't going to prevent the types of errors that we're seeing from happening because they didn't understand zero out and they didn't understand that you can't draw downs ahead of time and they didn't understand the allowable costs. None of these things will get better with the processes in place until somebody knows the rules and somebody's responsible for the rules.
So I have a question. When they came in November, my notes say they reported 320 students. Is that possible?
Especially since
In
they're-
November.
Well, they're saying 415 now.
Right.
You want to speak to that?
I looked at, so in CSADM, they had 425 for first month ADM this year. That comes from Financial Business Services.
What, you know that thing where all the PMRs are? Is that up to date for what their most recent PMR was?
It should be, is it coming from DPI's website?
Yeah, there's a place where all the PMRs are. They may not get put there till the end of the year, I don't know. But I've gone back and looked at them before.
And Rita, that 320 is from my presentation, and that was pulled from the 21-22 school year.
That's what I
Okay.
wondered. That's
Yes,
what I
ma'am.
wondered.
So that was last school year.
And so
Okay.
they also were facing 16 out of 74 issues with the beginning teacher plan.
That's correct.
Have they reported corrections on that?
I don't have any update for that yet.
Okay.
That was last spring, and we have submitted that to Laura Pattinson, I think it is, and that's all been cleared up.
I think also, to all cards up on the table, I know Dr. Misher is an educator in my time that I worked in Guilford County Schools and his time in Northern Guilford, and I know the success that he brings in an educational background. I think one of the things I learned coming from the traditional public schools into a charter school where you have all kinds of other supports in a traditional public school and then you're the end-all be-all in a charter school because you don't have some of the same resources that a public school has, that you will run into issues. Now, but believe me when I say, and make sure that everyone understands, I'm not making any excuses for financial woes. But what I am saying is that I still stand behind the fact that if finance is saying that they're willing to do what it takes to get things where they need to be, yes, they've had some problems in the past, and I would hope that with this kind of scrutiny and with this kind of microscope looking down upon you, that the corrective actions are going to take place, and you've got 3 years to prove it. If not, then this discussion next time is not the same. It's we've done everything I feel like that this board and the Office of Charter Schools can do to support the school and staying open. So, not hearing another motion, I will set my motion out one more time that we approve this school for a 3-year renewal with the contingencies that we laid out lined before, with the supports that need to come from, and even I'll even go so far as to say also that if Shirley is concerned that the person that's running the finances may not be the right fit for that job, that they reconsider, the school needs to reconsider someone that has a little bit more experience in that area to be sure that this isn't an ongoing concern.
Second.
What's the school number for?
41M.
41M, okay, thank you.
I want to say, they were 0.3 from exceeding growth.
Oh, that's pretty good.
84.7, 85 is exceeding growth. While the overall performance grade isn't, high or anything, I think you got a school that's growing enrollment, a school that in their first real year of data is 0.3 away from exceeding growth. I think I'm not gonna put words in Shirley's mouth or over-characterize kind of her statement, but to me there did seem to be a sense of optimism that they can right the ship. I think going with Acadia does, I know we're kind of downing the role of the third party, but there was something said that I know in our infancy when we had started, Katie would have alerted us to, some things that were said today, that they would be like, hey, hold on, you don't get it.
Yeah, yeah, in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and would have helped with, so I think that'll be a big change. The trainings, the oversight, you know, I think that they have the right things in place and the right mindsets to right the ship. And that's kind of why I'm on board.
I might support that motion if we get a friendly amendment that OCS makes 2 site visits a year.
I'm cool with that.
I could support that as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see us be able to get to, this school gets 3 years.
Yes, I can support that as well.
Other guardrails?
I would also, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'd also like to challenge the head of school to really get in there with the finances. I know it's hard and there's a lot on everybody's plate, but that's something that, you know, as the leader of the school in the building, that you need to be well aware of and fine-tuned on. That position can catch a lot of things, I think, as it's coming across the desk. Or at least it does in my building.
One of the things you said that you meet as a committee prior to your board meeting and go through the budget. In those meetings, you really need to look at what changes have been made, like what has changed, line item by line item. That's one of the things that'll help you see something quicker than waiting for an audit.
Yeah, I'll say I've been doing the budgets with the financial company that we mentioned already, that I can't leave the room without having a balanced budget. I mean, they won't, you know, at the end of the day, all the line items have to line up, and it's obvious right now where things are. And if you go off track, then they're gonna let you know you're already in red at your second board meeting. You know, so I don't know. I really feel like if the right things are put in place and you work with an organization to make sure you start the year off, and when Mr. Machado, when you say 2 site visits from out to charter schools, is there a specific time for that, like that would work in?
Busy as they are, I don't want to dictate the time, but I'd
But that
like
would
to
make
see it,
sense.
2 site visits, and I also like to see them come back here, the school come back once a quarter to CSAP, so we can get an update from them personally myself.
Academically, financially.
There are other guardrails that can put in place, like Dr. Hare put in place, you know, let's say this goes forward and they don't make their payment, their 2 payments. Can it be brought back then to be over revocation? Or are we kicking this down the road for 3 years? I mean, they have a plan. It sounds like they have a plan in place, but also, what are your checkpoints along the way? Or are we saying 3 years down the road?
Well, I think those quarterly visits, if that goes in place, that would answer that.
Yeah.
And you can revoke at any time.
Yeah, we don't have to wait for a
It doesn't have
renewal.
to be non-renewal.
We don't have to wait for renewal.
Since we're in discussion, I would like for them, unless someone already knows, the foundation, how does their foundation play into this? And do they have funding that's not reported through the Next Generation Foundation?
Somebody want to
Can
speak to
someone
that? I didn't even know there was a foundation.
Yes, the foundation is an up and starting foundation, and they're just getting off the board or off the ground and running. And they do realize that the situation that we're in, and so their main focus was to be able to supplement us in whatever ways that we may find areas of growth, if we want to get gas for the buses, extra faculty members. So that's how they intend to fund us and support us as we go forward.
Won't let you say you got
Is there
415 if you
currently
don't
any
have
success
415.
with that? You're doing some fundraising?
Yeah, the foundation has, they're at the $5,000-6,000 range, so it's early on, and so it's just really getting started, and so but they're truly committed to supporting us as we move forward in any way possible. Mm-hmm.
And you're the founder of that foundation as well?
No.
Who would be the founder?
The board chair, the chair of that is Current, right? Greg Current.
Say that again.
Greg Current. Yeah, he's the.
Is your board chair and founder?
That's right, of the foundation.
Okay, I think we have a motion. Did we get a second?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we hear the motion, Ashley?
Yes, okay, so we have a 3-year, recommendation with the following, stipulations or requirements. Quarterly academic and financial reports, submitted to OCS that will be, also submitted to, CSAB. Required fiscal training for the school, including, attending 21st century, federal program trainings. Notification to CSAB of the May and September, repayments that are due. 2 site visits per year by the Office of Charter Schools, and, as needed, presentations to CSAB by the school. Is that what you also wanted? Quarterly, okay.
Yeah.
Quarterly presentations to CSAB.
I don't know if it needs to be worded in there, what, Steven said about, revisiting after we find out whether or not payments are made. A discussion about non-renewal at that time.
But I think.
Or do we just, is that just, that's
That would
just
be
known,
the
that's in
discussion.
the minutes?
Yeah, it would just be the discussion at the time.
It's in the minutes?
As someone who voted nay before, I'll have a better comfort level with this motion. And I don't mean this to sound heavy-handed, and I hope the board doesn't take it this way, but these things that are tied to this motion are not negotiable. These are musts. And I'll just say that if they're not met, I'll be the first person to make a motion a year from now to revoke this charter. The payments have to be made. All that has to be done in time, or I won't have an appetite for waiting 2 more years.
And I prefer the word shall.
Put that in the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, Ashley.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approve.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Stephen Gay.
Aye.
Okay, a 3-year renewal term with the stipulations that we indicated previously and will be captured in the minutes. We'll go to state board in April. April,
Okay.
and then you're gonna vote in May, and we'll keep in contact with you guys.
Please understand that you are getting out of here with a 3-year renewal by the hair of your chinny chin chin for real. And this is, we're not playing. This will happen or you won't, one of the two.
If the state board agrees.
Yeah, and, well, yeah, the state board gets to decide, ultimately, yes.
So we have one more school left. I don't wanna guess how long the conversation will take at this
I
point,
think
so.
we need to break for lunch and
Okay.
then come back and do, IC transform. I don't
How would you
wanna,
guys like to break?
I don't wanna put them in the position of, we rushed through it because
Yes.
we're trying to get to lunch.
Let's see, so it is almost noon now. Do we wanna reconvene in an hour? Is an hour too much?
What about 12:15? Give us 45 minutes.
1:15?
1:15, yes, sorry.
Is that right?
No.
12:45.
12:45, yes.
Okay, we will reconvene at 12:45.
And we teach time in 2nd grade.
And I believe Chris is there, so. All right, see you guys at 12:45.
Yep, there it goes.
All right, we are back, and we have one more conversation, one more discussion item. IC Transform is up for renewal.
Okay. So IC Transform, you see their comparability data up. I will review their compliance next, and then Shirley is also here and can answer financial questions as well. On the next slide, I have a review of some of the compliance. Again, in red are the updates that I have been given. So last time we discussed they had a BTSP concerns because of noncompliance and unresponsiveness. So BTSP did conduct that audit on February 9th, and they noted 19 areas of concern. So the school is required to submit a work plan within 90 days of that notice on February 9th. The other things I don't have any official documentation on, but on March 6th, School Business and I did go to IC Transform to do an additional head count and review files, and I believe Shirley is prepared to update us on those findings. On the next slide is just a review of their financial noncompliance history, and then the last slide is just their school performance grades and data that slide you all have seen before. So I'll ask Shirley if she could speak to any updates from March 6th from that visit.
Could you go back one slide, please, Ashley, to not to this one.
This one?
The one with the non-compliance, the disciplinary, I mean.
Oh, sorry.
7 years of disciplinary?
One of those years was probation.
It's all financial related, yes, ma'am. Based on the overspending, spending over revenue, the negative unassigned government fund balance over the years. Switch over to the student one, and then we can look at the. Did want to start with just a reminder of what those finances look like for the last 3 years, and that was the original task and scope there. So they were disciplinary for FY20. We saw improvement in the. They were not as far negative as they were the prior year. You see, they went from negative unassigned government fund balance of 237 to negative 37,000. I believe their assets and liabilities were closer that year, and their revenue and expenditures were closer that year. But they, again, went complete opposite way in FY22 with negative 359,000 unassigned government fund balance. So that serves as a reminder. Their revenues far exceeded, their expenditures far exceeded their revenues last year as well. And we did note that they actually had to get a working capital loan at the beginning of FY22. That was still outstanding at the end of the year per the financial statement audits. The other thing of note was with that ADM drop from 22 to 23, you can see the hit on the state funds. So not a significant. 10% is probably where we would notify Office of Charter Schools, but just something to comment on. And as Jenna said, we did actually go out to the school. I did not, but our team went out there with Jenna on Friday. And here's an update on kind of how the student accounting looked. So originally we had 48 students out of the 315 on the roster that were not present. What you'll notice this time is we still had 43 students that were absent that day, but the number is now 299 students, and I would say that's primarily seems to be attributed to the cleanup, if you will. So 14 students were withdrawn during the month of January. After our initial visit, there were some student accounting things that really needed to be corrected there. The next point there is when we went on the first visit, we had 48 students that were not present, and 20 of those had not even been marked absent in the system. When we went this time, all 43 students had been properly marked absent in the system. There was several points of information there for you about unexcused absences and the number of students in those buckets. We did not update that number through the last month. I think that speaks for itself. But what was more important there was, did they do something with truancy letters? So initially, we had no evidence of any truancy letters going out. And as a reminder, general statute makes them responsible for issuing a letter at 3, 6, and 10 days. And even at the 10-day mark, they actually have to start notifying social services, meeting with the parents, and those things. The team sampled 25 students. They did have truancy letters, all dated the same date in February, but they did get all 3 of them out at one time for the 25 that were sampled. The part that we don't have confirmation on and didn't have a discussion about was whether or not they have met with the parents at that point in time for anybody over the 10-day mark. And there are a good number of students that they probably needed to meet with parents on. So the last point there is the cumulative folders. There were 62, if you recall last time, cumulative folders that were just not there. They went through those folders, found 53 of them on file. They had created all of the folders. They have made an attempt, and we've seen documentation that they made an attempt to talk to the other 9 parents. They just didn't have the information yet, I'm assuming is what happened there. So they did make an effort to try to clean up those files and folders, and they did have the folders in cabinets in a locked space this time. So that was an update to the visit there. To your initial question, several years on non-compliance, all of those years relate to their financials. If I go back looking year after year, it's just overspending of the revenues in most of those years. The one year we took them off probation, they actually had revenues that exceeded expenditures, but going back, they've been in the negative as far back as we can see, starting with the first year. Yeah, 2014.
I also wanted to mention that this is the school that we previously spoke about needing a relocation. So they have brought forward a proposal to relocate their building, and they can speak more about that, but my understanding is that they would relocate to about 9 or 10 miles away to the facility that used to be, that used to house Uproar Leadership Academy, if any of you were familiar with that. I think it's off Tyrone Boulevard, near there.
And so the school leadership is here, and I believe they have a few board members online as well that are available to answer questions.
So procedurally, are we going to discuss the renewal, and then if that if they receive a 3-year renewal, then we can talk about the move? The move? Or at least we can probably talk about the move during the renewal, but we wouldn't vote on it until we actually know if we're going to renew the school.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, the move is definitely has been a big question because they cannot stay in their current location. So it's obviously something that has to happen, some type of move.
But we have to first vote on the renewal before, because that could become moot. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Hello.
So I first want to say we may not have our board members on the call. We had 3 board members that were on the call, but they had meetings and different things going on, so they may have dropped off. Just wanted to inform you of that.
Okay. I guess my first question relates to, you've been open 10 years. The school was one of the schools that had the initial 10-year charter, is that correct?
That is correct.
Please tell me how a school that's been open 10 years doesn't know how to take care of student records, especially a school that has a high school and has kids graduating. Like the kinds of things that they found on the first site visit, you fixed a lot of that since then. On the first site, tell me how you get to that place when you've been operating already for 10 years.
That is a good question, and it's a loaded question. But what I can say is the school has been in existence in 10 years, and the school has had set procedures and policies and things like that. And some of those procedures and policies may have gone to the wayside. I took over in this position, and I've been in this position for about almost a year and a half now. And so we've been working to make sure that we have the right policies and procedures, especially since that last site visit that we had. And I also want to say that we have a new person that's in the position of keeping up with the files and things like that. And we also have new internal and external audits that we're doing, controls, and we're also doing an audit each month on our own to make sure that all files are where they should be.
What about attendance? First of all, who takes the attendance? And then who monitors that?
Okay, so like I said, we have a new individual who is doing that as well. And with monitoring of attendance, like I said, last month, there were those 20 students that someone spoke of. Those, half of them were at their CPCC for dual enrollment, and they had already left, so they weren't seen physically. But we have fixed those things since then. Our last site visit that we had most recently, that was corrected.
So you've been there a year and a half. What in your other leadership, has anybody else been there longer? Like, are you kind of like the longest living human being or something in admin?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Has anybody in the admin in your leadership been at the school longer than you?
No, I was at the school, but I was not in the role that I'm in now. There are a couple of board members that were in place longer than I have been.
Okay,
Yes.
but employees, they're in leadership, the people who run the place, when you stepped into this role, there weren't other people there who had been in those positions.
That is correct. Yes.
You're asking, is there anybody that's currently on the admin team?
That had been there longer.
than you? So everybody that's on your administrative team wasn't there prior to you taking this position? So you all have less than a year and a half of experience, is that what you're saying?
That is pretty much correct. They were in the school, but they were not in the position as being an administrator longer than I have. Yes.
And what were their positions?
Well, we have our Chief Operation Officer, Dr. Bolden, and he was at the school beforehand. I was there a year longer than he's been there, and could you give me more information on what you mean by administration? Are you talking about our business officers and things like that?
I would be talking
Well,
about.
who was there before you as employees, not board members?
Okay. Yes, so Dr. Bolden, he's our Chief Operation Officer, and he's been there not longer than me, but he's been there around the same time that I've been at the school.
What about?
So you said there were others. That's only one person.
Well, we have, if you can give me a second to think about it, I need to reflect on it.
What about principals?
We don't have any principals.
You're K-12 with no principals?
We are K-12. I am the head of school, and I am the head of lower school, and our Dean of Arts has stepped in the role of head of middle and high school.
Who has, I'm sorry?
Our Dean of Students, Dean of Arts, and Lafuji Alexander is his name.
Am I correct? In one of the previous interviews, we talked about the high number of staff turnover, I believe. I think the number was as high as heading into this year, around 30%. Is that correct?
It's somewhat around that. Are you saying since the last school year?
Yeah.
That is about right. We had to terminate a certain amount of individuals outside the classroom because we are trying to make sure that we are meeting our budget projections and not ending the year in a deficit.
So was that the only reason they were terminated?
That's the only reason. I believe 5 of them were terminated. Yes, that is correct.
I think the assertion is just the illusion of it, the optics of it was, correct me if I'm wrong, the administrators that were removed were all female?
Could you give more clarity on what you mean?
Were the administrators that were removed female?
We have 2 administrators. Well, there was 1 administrator that was removed. Well, no, actually, we did not have any administrators removed.
So none of the administration that was there before were female that were removed?
No, they were not terminated or removed.
So you're in a situation where you've got a lot of debt, or you can't afford the current building, which is one of the reasons that you want to move to the new building, because it's not as expensive, I would assume. What were the deliberations with the board? Was that a unanimous decision on the board? Have they voted on that? Talk to us a little bit about that. Or if there's any board members, maybe. I'm sorry, I'm putting you in the position to answer for board members, and that's a question really meant for board members, but.
Well, I could. If a board member is on the call, I welcome them to speak, or I can speak on their behalf. Oh, looks like Dr. Richardson, the board chair, is on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi everyone. Yes, I'm on. Yes, we did have an emergency board meeting last Thursday, and the board did vote on the motion to move to 5500 North Tryon, which is a smaller and more affordable building.
Was that vote unanimous?
It was not unanimous. We did have 1 opposed.
What was the rationale for not supporting the move?
I'm sorry, did you say the rationale for not supporting the move?
That's correct. What was that?
Okay. I'm sorry, our audio is a little choppy, but if you said the rationale for not supporting the move, it is the cost of moving and just making sure that the school would be in a good position to afford the move, as well as to afford the startup for the next school year.
I remember back in the fall, early winter, there was concerns raised that parents weren't even aware that you were thinking about moving. I'm assuming that's been corrected or addressed. But of your current student population, what's your expectation of what percentage of those students will come with you if they go to the new facility, or will you be somewhat starting over? Because that's just not like 3 blocks away.
Mr. Foster, I'm going to turn that back over to you.
Sure thing, Dr. Richardson. So I do want to say the move is actually 7 miles north of our current location. I was able to do some research, and I saw that we have a heat map. And with that heat map, you can see that we have a good chunk of students who are closer to the new proposed building. And then I would say around 70% of our current students are within 7 miles of that proposed location. Another thing is we have around 80% of our students who are using bus transportation, and we want to make sure that we have no barriers for students to have a stellar education. So we plan to continue to have that. So, and then I also want to say that we're working with Media Integrations. I spoke of that last month, and we have Bob Beatty, who is reputable, and he is known for doubling and tripling enrollment, and he feels really good about the future of our school and what we're doing, and he is actually here today to support us because that's how much he believes that the school will definitely grow with enrollment.
You're also you're going from a facility that's in downtown Charlotte, which I've not been there, but I understand is very nice, to a facility that needs some work. I mean,
So
do parents, have you actually shared with parents, this is where we want to go? And have you actually asked them the question, will you continue to come?
So we were waiting on making sure that the board has that vote in, and we have expressed information. We didn't say the exact location. We said, it's on 7 Minutes North on North Tryon, and it was a school before. And we have plans to really renovate that location. It's going to be really nice. The landlord has been very gracious with us, so it's going to be renovated inside and outside. And we also have a phase 2 that we're excited to share. We'll be working with Howard from Legacy Impact Group, and we're going to have the opportunity to either expand on that location or build a new location with Howard's support.
Where's this money coming from?
Thank you.
I have a question about transportation.
You're $360,000 in the red, according to the data we received this morning.
That is a good question. We have generous donors that will be supporting us, and Howard is definitely one of those individuals that's going to be supporting us greatly. And I submitted our proposed budget for this year, and we're actually going to be we're not going to be at a deficit. We're going to be out of the red, and we're going to be up on the up and up.
And, okay, so we're going to be out of the red, and we're just supposed to believe that. It's probably not enough, so you're going to need to be specific about how that's going to happen.
Okay, so I submitted artifacts that shows our projection, and I can also welcome our Chief Operation Officer to speak further on that if you would like.
And I have a question about transportation. Would it be you sponsoring or providing the transportation, or would it be by the city buses?
That's a great question. So right now we're working with a bus transportation company to figure that out. That's what we're using right now. So we want to continue to work with that company to make sure, because we definitely, like I said, it's a big thing for myself and the school to make sure that there are no barriers for our champions. We call our students champions, to have a good education, well-rounded, good education.
Have you guys?
And the parents are apprised of that.
Could you repeat that?
And the parents are apprised of that transportation plan?
We need to inform them of the transportation plan, but we have this transportation plan already, and we continue to use it for the next school year.
So when the board voted last week, did you not vote on the specific address of where the school will be moving to?
Yes, and it's in public session, and they did vote for this specific address.
So
yes.
So you should have told the parents.
Why are the parents?
Well, the street address was on there, just not the specific number, but I can provide that information to them today.
Mr. Foster, I was also looking at those minutes from your meeting, I guess four nights ago.
Yes.
And some of the objection to the move was the fact that you would need a $35,000 security deposit, the way I understand the minutes, and that at the same time you need to return a $50,000 security deposit at the current, and then you have an agreement with Legacy Group for $200,000. All that's like in one section of the minutes, as well as with the kind of agreement among the board members present that you probably lose about 10% of your students with a move. I haven't heard you say that today, but it's in your minutes. Can you just address that combination of numbers?
Most definitely. So on the minutes, I was just saying, if I use research, the research shows that, we will probably have a decrease in student retention by 10%, but we do plan on growing explosively. I really think that we will. The new location is on a busy road. We have a great marketing firm that's working with us. We have on-the-ground marketing. It's starting new. Within a mile radius of the location, the school, there are thousands of homes, and actually new apartment buildings within walking distance of the location. I think it's going to be a great fit for us. As it connects to, and I don't want to speak on behalf of Dr. Richardson or Dr. Bolden, who's our Chief Operation Officer, but I do want to say that we have a generous donor who is he has said that he is going to support us with the move, with the deposit, and actually support us with our last payment for our rent for this current school year. And that is not reflected in...
Do you have that in writing?
This donor wants us to submit our budget move proposal, and then he will put that in writing.
And you're saying that's Howard Saul?
That is not Howard. Oh, I need to speak to that as well. So Howard is willing to work with us, and he expressed that he would be able to waive the $50,000 and the $200,000. He said that in our last board meeting.
Is that in the minutes?
Dr. Richardson, would you like to add to that?
I guess my concern that none of these things that are going to pay all these bills is in writing anywhere. In the past, when your school has come in, when we've talked to schools that were low-performing schools, and we've talked about this issue of the building particularly, and the finances around the building, we've been given assurances every time that it's worked out. And that really didn't turn out to happen. And so the fact that I'm being given assurances that somebody's going to walk up and give you all this money, but there's no documentation of that, not even in your minutes, I'm not feeling real confident about relying on that.
Well, I can say that there should be, we can provide past minutes that has that reflected, but I'm not sure if that will ease your anxiety on that issue.
Yeah, so it was dated March the 2nd. Okay, this is March the 6th. You're saying since March the 2nd, you've had an agreement by him to waive $250,000 of what you're...
That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
Verbal or written?
That was verbal, but it was in a board meeting, at the board meeting.
There was another board meeting besides the March 2nd one?
All right, so what I'm saying is those minutes that were submitted, that is a transcript, and so I'm not sure why it did not pick up what he said, but it should definitely be in the minutes because that is what was said by him. A board member asked him about that.
If that commitment's made at a board meeting, I know any secretary would have wrote that down.
That's the kind of thing you generally would make sure it makes the minutes.
Can you explain why it wasn't documented?
Okay, so that was what I submitted was a transcript from Zoom. So those minutes have not been approved yet. The secretary has to go in and update. But I just wanted to send a transcript. That was a transcript to send so that you would be able to look at things ahead of time.
And what is Howard's full name?
Dr. Bowden? Sowell. S-O-W-E-L-L.
He was in attendance at the March 2nd meeting?
Yes.
So he is not marked?
Well, not the March 2nd. I'm sorry, the March 4th meeting. I believe there's a March 4th meeting.
So we don't have those minutes? I haven't seen them, March 4th.
He just said the transcript of the board minutes haven't been approved
March
yet.
4th was Saturday.
So
And the ones we have are March 2nd, it looks like.
Okay, I apologize for that. That is March 2nd. He was in attendance.
Listed as in attendance.
Like I said, that's a transcript. That is not the official board minutes.
Well, this is a pretty important participant,
Yes.
and you do name the attendees.
Yes.
And he's not among the name.
That is correct. Well, like I said, I just wanted to get this information to you all because it takes time to get the minutes. The secretary has to go through it, has to, make edits and things like that. And we would not have had that for today if I did not submit that
So
transcript.
that's a significant piece of this meeting. That's a significant outcome. And when the issue is raised about these amounts owed, there is no mention and there is no insertion of Mr. Howard saying anything.
I also would like to add that, that is for our second phase. That's not for our first phase. Our second phase is not ready yet.
So who is it that's giving you the money to move?
It is not Howard. It's another donor.
Which you also don't have in writing.
I don't have that in writing right now.
Mr. Foster,
Yes, Dr. Richardson.
the meeting with Mr. Sowell was on February 26th. So I don't know if they have those minutes. My audio is really acting up, so I may have missed that. But he was not in attendance at the last meeting that we had, which the transcript. The secretary did submit minutes for the 26th meeting where he was in attendance. That was on a Sunday.
So when you met with on March 2nd, and some of your board members were concerned about the cost of the move and stuff, why didn't somebody say in the meeting that's really not going to be a cost because somebody has donated the money?
Not going to be a cost. Okay. I believe that conversation, I recall that conversation happening, or that board member was also in the meeting on the 26th. So she was aware of Mr. Sowell's donations. But as you said, that isn't in writing yet. And the reason that isn't in writing is because we were trying to get documents and votes finalized before we move forward with contracts from him as well as from the donor. So now that we've had that board meeting and had that vote, we were waiting to present to CSAP today. Those conversations and those documentations can happen this week.
And what is Howard Sowell's interest in the school or connection with the school?
He does not have a connection with the school. However, actually, he has a past connection with the school that I'm not too much aware of when the school first started. I know that he has developed and supported many of schools in North Carolina, specifically charter schools and schools across the country. That's all I can offer you for that.
So I just have to ask, is this the author and political analyst? No, I'm thinking of a different Sowell. Yeah.
Howard's been before us.
Okay.
Is Howard part of Legacy Impact Group?
That is correct. Yes.
What group? I'm sorry.
Legacy Impact Group?
Okay.
And what's the agreement with, because it says we are working with Legacy Impact Group to support our growth plan. Will you explain what that means? So we can explain that to State Board.
Yes. So I would like to invite Dr. Bowden, Chief Operation Officer, to speak to that. He's had a lot of conversations with Howard.
Howard is helping us with a two-phase approach. So the first phase is our hopeful relocation to the 5500 North Tryon building. And then Howard is working with our board and myself to ensure that we have the renovations done and completed as a consulting capacity for that. Then when it comes to phase two, which is our growth plan that's mentioned in the letter, that is for us to either purchase 5500 with Howard's and Legacy Impact Group help, or to find another more permanent facility for our school, find the land, and then develop it, build a school that is more suitable for our current student population, which allows us full room to grow. So it might be a land with maybe 5 or 10 acres. Build a smaller building that can fit the current capacity within the next 3 years. And then if we do need to grow, then we will have the room and space to do that on the land that we plan on purchasing.
That facility doesn't have outdoor space, so to speak. It has a big parking lot, but doesn't have outdoor space. You have elementary school students.
Yes.
What's your plan for physical activity for elementary?
So we do plan on the back of the building, close to the light rail area. We are going to be fencing that in and turfing that area. So where the gym is, the half gym that's in that building, the back half coming up towards the building will be fenced in and turned into our playground area.
And you anticipate the renovations will cost you what?
We actually are meeting with the landlord Wednesday, but the current projection is around $50,000 to $100,000 that the landlord is working with his contractors on to do for us, and it's part of our, it's going into our lease payments.
I'd like to move away from, well, not completely, but just away from finance questions for a second. And Office of Charter Schools, if I misspeak, please correct me. But so you've been around for 10 years. You've been a D school at best during those 10 years. Your proficiency is well below the local LEA. You've been on disciplinary or probationary status for financial reasons for 7 straight years. Why should we renew this school?
We are working hard as a school community, so with our board, our new board, our new leadership, as well as getting parent input, on some things. So going into some of the financial disciplinary things, I know you were trying to stray away from that. Could you go to the budget report?
You understand the role we're in.
Yep.
When you talk about you're trying to engage, or what you just said, parent input.
Yes.
But you haven't even told parents where you plan to move. When we sit on this side of the table, there seems to be a disconnect about how well you're communicating with parents.
Yes. We're working on a new communication plan that also includes making sure that they are well aware with everything that goes on with our move, as well as ensuring that they have input. We are forming a moving committee, so parents will have input on the design of the renovations for the school, as well as coming into the school. We're working with Bob that we will give construction updates to the parents, so they have every 2-3 weeks they'll get an update from the school on where the construction phases are.
So I am correct that in 10 years you've been low performing, nothing but low performing. 7 straight years of financial, disciplinary, or probationary status. And the only way you can continue is to move out of your current facility to a spot that's 7 miles away.
Inferior to
would
the
you say that
previous facility.
Are all 3 of those factually correct statements?
Yes, I would say yes.
Well, I would like to add on to that, because it's not a black and white answer. I do want to say that we have academically, we have grown a lot. We are at our highest growth, like I said before, for 5 years. And 5 years ago, the school did not have as many minoritized and underserved students. So we were very close to getting to a C school. I believe 4 points away from getting close to a C school. We've exceeded growth. And if we did not exceed growth, we were very close. This most recent year, we were 0.6 points away from exceeding growth. And so we are trying to really grow. We are a turnaround administration. We're doing what we need to do to get the school where it needs to go, where it needs to be. There's a lot of work, but we've been putting in the hours, and I'm very certain that with the opportunity to be able to extend for 3 years with a building that's a lot cheaper, we're saving hundreds of thousands of dollars, and being able to continue our plan for academic growth and proficiency, I'm sure that we will be a lot better in the next 3 years.
Can you clarify that? Are you saying that your population is more diverse now than it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago?
Okay, I'll repeat that. So I'm saying that not diverse, but we have more minoritized and underrepresented students this year than we did 5 years ago. And
You got data to back that up?
I can provide data to back that up for you. Yes.
And you mean percentage-wise, not just in numbers, because as you grow, obviously you will have more number-wise, but you mean the ratios.
The ratios, that is correct. There has been a huge shift in the population for the school.
Can you explain why your unexcused absentee is as high as it is, and why that has never been tracked until you got a visit by OCS?
Well, I can speak based on my administration, where I took over. Like I said before, I'm taking full ownership of that. That is not something that was done.
Can you go back to that slide?
Oh.
Which one?
The one, I think it's number
This
2 or
one?
3. Next one. I'm looking at it right now, it's got
Oh, the attendance one, okay, sorry.
yeah.
This one?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Well,
This happened on your watch right here, correct?
That is correct. So what I can tell you is we've worked fast and furiously to make sure that we had policies and procedures that were updated. And as you can see, based on that data, we have corrected all of those. We had an individual that was in a specific position where it was not a great fit. And we have a new person in, and it is her goal and it's her obligation to make sure that everything is all set with records and attendance and all of that.
When you say corrected, the paperwork is corrected, but a student who's missed 40 days of school has missed 2 months of school. That's not correct.
So what I want to say is we have done our investigations. We are working on it. I have gone to the courthouse. I'm working with the juvenile court system, and we are doing what we need to do to make sure that our students are present and that communication is being given out, and we're having that follow through.
I'm trying to conceptualize that there are no principals. You have K-12. Who's in charge of, because sitting at the top of the school, if I had to do it all by myself, I'd lose my mind. So I'm trying to figure out in your design, who's in charge of academic growth if there's not a principal that's heading that up for you at each level?
Okay, that is a great question. So Dr. Bolden and I, we are both curriculum experts, and we are the individuals, along with other things. We have, many hats, but we're up for it. And so we are leading the academics with that area. We also have certain teachers. I believe in empowering our strong teachers. And so we have some of our teachers who are stronger. They are coaching and they're mentoring. We have data meetings. We have professional development every week.
Right.
We have a dean of Well, I did want to tell you, our Dean of Arts is, I guess you can say, if you want to use the title principal, he is the principal of middle and high school, and I have taken on lower school. Our school is small, so we really don't need to have a principal for each grade band.
What's your central focus right now on turnaround for getting your performance up? Is there a certain staff development that is there a certain person that's helping you push that forward? What's your central focus academically with regard to staff development?
Great question. So I do want to say our leaders have been receiving professional development as well to make sure that we are using the current research-based strategies for coaching teachers.
What are one or two that you guys are focusing on?
One or two
staff development techniques that you're
so data. Yes, we're focusing on data-driven instruction and making sure we're using the Get Better Faster approach. And I have had the opportunity, along with my leadership team, to attend transformational leadership program done by the Office of Charter Schools, and it has been a great help and asset working with Alex Quigley. And I also am a part of Leaders Building Leaders, and we're having that support as well from Tom Miller.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. This is our time to discuss now.
I don't think these are issues that just popped up overnight. I think this is 10 years in the making. And I commend the latest leader trying to right the ship. But seems like you may have jumped on after you already hit the iceberg. There's a lot of issues here.
We looked at the last school and said, you know, they only had 1 year data and similar kinds of financial issues. And we were like, yeah, we're not so sure about you. This is 7 years of financial issues. I guess 8 years a day. Well, 2 years they lost 2 years and so at probably 7 or 8 years worth of data.
Decline in enrollment.
Yeah, and none of it looks good.
Increase in government unassigned fund balance.
And let's go back to the earlier conversations from the fall too. I mean, this is, I commend you guys. You're up there on the firing line. We're peppering you with a lot of questions, but you don't own the charter. The board does. And I think the first time, if I remember, I'm not even sure the board was here or not all of them. You didn't have board minutes posted. Parents didn't know about this proposed move. Still doesn't sound like they're fully aware. Just, it's not building confidence, at least in me.
And I don't see, like, your ability to make this move only works if you get this donation. It doesn't work if you have to pay for it, because you don't have any money. So not having that nailed down in writing is concerning, because we could give you a 3-year charter today and that person could change their mind and you've still got $50,000 worth of upfit to do at Uproar, or put the kids in a substandard building, one of the two. I'm not even sure you could get educational occupancy on that building right now. I'm not feeling the confidence.
And is the donation?
And 10 years is a long time to get it right. Not 10 years to get it wrong.
Cheryl, may I ask you? Is the donation contingent on your partnership with Legacy?
That's a good question. Is the donation contingent on the partnership with Legacy?
It is not. That's separate. We have multiple donors, and so we have multiple donors, and yeah.
So if you have all these donors, why didn't they help you with the building you were in?
So I can say, and this is before my time, I can say that there was one of the donors provided a substantial amount of money. I believe it was around $2 million to support the school at that time. So that's all I can say about that. That's all I know.
May I ask a question?
Has there been any money sunk into the new building? Any sort of commitments made?
Well, what I can say is everything it takes to renovate that new building is going to be in the lease, and that lease amount is still something that's more than half the price of rent that we're paying right now, rent and facilities and things like that to run the current building that we're in right now. So it's still going to be, supporting us as our trajectory toward being financially stable.
But you've made no commitments to this point with anyone with regard to the new building?
For donors,
For
sponsorships.
I'm just wondering whether you jumped the gun a little bit and made commitments prior to being approved for the move.
Well, we do have a letter of intent that we signed with the new landlord.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify where we're at in the process.
Yes.
Are you
And Todd has his hand up, Madam Chair.
Just a second, Hilda.
Are you current
Okay.
with the present landlord?
Yes, we are very current with the present landlord. He had a conversation with me, and Dr. Bolden was on the line as well, and he is really impressed because this is the first time that he can say that we've been current every month for the school.
And will you owe a security deposit when you leave? Would you have to refund a deposit? They would refund it to you, wouldn't they?
Yes, you want to speak on that?
Will you be getting anything?
we began our security deposit back. So we kept the building in pristine condition. So that money would be coming back to the school.
Do you know how much that security deposit is? Do you know if you still actually have that security deposit?
We do not know the amount. Some of it was used in prior years to cover some of the back rents from the prior rents. So we do know there is one. We just don't know. It's not the same amount as when they first moved into the building.
Really, the security deposit should have been in a trust account. Did everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We do not know where the landlord has put the security deposit amount, so we would have to ask the landlord that.
I think I remember in previous years when the rent was significantly behind, one of the concessions that the owner made was that the security deposit could be used to pay some of the past due rent.
And the minutes say certain things happened because we are going to have to negotiate the payback of the deposit of $50,000. That's what made me think they owed it.
Yeah, if it's payback, and that probably has to do with the money that got pulled out, went to cover rent at that time. All right, you got.
Can you explain again exactly what is Mr. Sowell going to waive? What work is he going to do for you, and what's the dollar amount he's going to waive, and what does that pertain to?
Phase one, which would be the potential relocation, he's working in the consultant phase, just helping the school, working with our contractors and vendors and things like that. That is separate from the $200,000 that's mentioned in the the board minute meetings, where he talks about the $200,000. That is for phase two, and that is some of their fees, their upfront fees, things like that. To help for the development of the architectural plans and all of that. And that will be added into the lease payment for phase two, which will be under them in Legacy Impact Group.
Todd has a question. Todd?
Yeah, so, and maybe I missed it. Sometimes I have a hard time keeping up when I'm remote, but who is the new landlord?
It's the same landlord, right? You guys have had this, are you a new landlord?
Oh, I can't remember the last
The Uproar building wasn't owned by the same person who owned your building, was it?
No. You'd have to come back with his name. I totally went blank on his last name. His first name's Corey. But that's a different investment group that had bought the Uproar building after they were closed.
I thought it had been recently sold.
Yep.
And then, just to clarify, I think the way I understand this is that, based on the language that you're using, is that people who are principals in a charter development company of sorts are entering into what you described as a relationship where they're going to give you a donation, not a loan. But you don't have that in writing.
Are you talking about the how with Legacy Impact Group?
Yes.
Yep. Yes, that is going to be a donation for now, and then in phase two, it would be put into the lease payment, which would be
That's not a donation.
Well,
Wait, okay, so that's,
It's called deferred.
what Cheryl just said.
It's deferred for now until phase two.
Okay,
Yep.
so that's not a donation.
Yep.
That's a deferred loan.
Yeah, donation is I give it to you, I
That's
want
taking on
nothing back.
that's taking on additional debt, not a loan.
Thank you for clarifying that, Todd.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anybody ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move that we not recommend IC Transform to be renewed for the reasons of failure to meet requirements for student performance in the charter and failure to meet generally accepted fiscal management.
Is there a second?
Hilda Parlay. Second, Hilda Parlay. Second.
Okay, that move has been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Becerra, could you please read back the motion and then?
Yes, the motion was to recommend that IC Transform not be renewed based on the following causes for termination: failure to meet the requirements for student performance contained in the charter, and failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management.
Could you take a roll call vote, please?
John Eldridge.
Aye.
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay.
Approved.
Shelley Shope. Cheryl Turner.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Eric Sanchez. Dave Machado.
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
Stephen Gay.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay. It passes unanimously, so this will go to state board, in April, and then they'll discuss it, and then they'll make a vote in May. And we'll give you kind of updates along the way. And if you have any questions, just reach out to our office.
Okay, I guess we're ready to hear from OCS.
Barbara, you ready? So we haven't done updates in a while, so we're gonna have a few updates in the office.
Okay, good afternoon, and I will be quick with this. So, as you may already know, we've had a lot of changes with NC Access. I am now the program administrator. Davita is still on board as program sub-grant manager, and Lakeisha resigned 2 or 3 weeks ago. So there are just 2 of us. Oh, wow. Yeah, with a lot to do. So just as a reminder, and for new people on the board, we are in the 5th year. Can you believe that? Of this grant. We started in 2018. Our grant is scheduled to end on September 2023, but we do have funds left over. I mean, we have funds to go beyond that. So I'm in the process of applying for a 12-month no-cost extension, which means we can extend grant activities beyond the grant performance period with no new funds coming in, with just the old funds that we have left. But to date, we've done really well. Excuse me. Those no-cost extension funds will be used primarily to continue providing technical assistance to our sub-grantees. 90% of our funds have been awarded directly to schools in sub-grants. Currently, we have 61 schools. We do have about $1.3 million left in that category, but because of the timeline, it wouldn't make sense to have another competition. So we're trying to decide now in this no-cost extension how to repurpose those funds. Some of the key activities now, as the young man just stated, this Charter School Transformation Executive Leadership Program has been really very successful, and I'm on my way to Durham to meet with Alex to find out, what are we going to do for next year. 22 school leaders of low-performing schools have been participating in that program, and I've seen some interactions among these schools. Very excited about what they're doing now, and so I want to continue that program. As you know, we joined in with the state to provide letters. I finally got the last of the 200 slots filled last Friday. So we have 200 teachers participating. We had 100 administrative slots. I have 87 currently in those slots. So I do have a couple more administrative slots to do that I can fill. And we Teach Like a Champion, we have 200 people participating in Teach Like a Champion program, and no dropouts there. We had a lot of dropouts in letters, but no dropouts in Teach Like a Champion, so I kind of think it might be worth investing in Teach Like a Champion again in the fall. Let's see, just a quick update. About 90% of our sub-grantees have fully implemented their transportation, and 95% have fully implemented their lunch plans. About 100% of them have a school climate and discipline plan, which are some of the key aspects of this grant. 90% have some kind of marketing or intentional marketing plan, and about 95% of the access schools have an approved weighted lottery. And so we've also seen an increase in weighted lottery requests, not only through access, but from other schools. Let's see, I'll just stop here and ask, are there any questions?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment, and I just want to thank you for what you've done for the 5 years that you've been doing it. I enjoyed when we worked together, but your innovation and ability to come up with programs to support our school leaders and teachers is amazing. And I know that, I've said it often, that this NC Access program has moved the needle more than anything else that I've seen in the 25 years I've been in the charter school world. Just what you and mostly you, and with the help of OCS, have done to make this program successful. I just want to thank you for, I don't know what we'd do without you, Dr. O'Neill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think one of the things is keeping a pulse and an eye on what's going on, and now all I hear is we can't find teachers, we can't find school leaders. So I was talking to a few of you at lunchtime to get your ideas to have the biggest charter school teacher and leader recruitment fair. So I may do just a mini one in June just to see, test the water. But next year plan for a nationwide advertising and have two, one in Charlotte, one in Raleigh, to bring people, because I don't think retired teachers have really, you've taken advantage of. There are a lot of retired teachers out there that, recent retirees that will come back to work. So we have to advertise to them. So I'll be working on that.
Sign us up.
Okay.
Definitely us.
Yeah, and I would just echo, there's 2 people on that team now, and they are just, she's working, I'm getting emails on weekends, on evenings, she's working. We have Anita, who also works in our office, some of you might know, she kind of helps out in multiple offices. She's not even directly assigned to us, and she's helping us in the evenings to catch up with some of the financial paperwork that needs to be caught up with on this grant program. So it has just been a major team effort, and a huge thanks to Barbara and Davita, Anita, and Dr. Smith, who's in the innovation, superintendent. He's been extremely helpful and supportive as well. So.
And Mariama, she was our first finance administrator. She's come back working with us on a contract, and it's been really great because she knows the process. So we didn't really have to train anybody to do that.
Yeah, and this help we're getting is people doing it in the evenings after their
other jobs
to help us get caught up. So
thank you.
Barbara.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My first time greeting you this afternoon. I'm Natasha Norrens from the Office of Charter Schools with an RTO Ready to Open update. Currently, we have completed 5 sessions of RTO 1 with all of our Ready to Open schools and are moving into RTO 2, as a matter of fact, today. And RTO 1 submissions and revisions were due today, and so our consultants are looking at all of the documentation that they had to submit and helping them with their revisions. And our expected submissions for RTO 2 will be May 19th, and there'll be a quick turnaround with our consultants, and I'll talk more about that in the April update. Facilities updates are regularly being collected at this time, with detailed updates coming again to you in April and May. And our current RTO schools that are slated to open. There are 8. Aspire Trade School, High School in Mecklenburg County, Bonnie Cone Leadership Academy in Mecklenburg, Greenville Preparatory Academy in Pitt County, Legacy Classical Academy in Rockingham County, Mountain City Montessori in Buncombe and Asheville County, Movement School Northwest in Mecklenburg, Wayne STEM in Wayne County, Saba, the School of the Arts for Boys Academy in Chatham, and the schools that have been approved for delay within the last 4 months, all of which you've heard: West Triangle High School in Durham, North Oak Academy in Durham. One just happened within the last week that you might have not heard about, but is Dogwood Classical in Cabarrus, and great opportunities. This is their first delay. They are the Go Big School in Mecklenburg County. Great opportunities and boundless innovation for girls. And 2 schools that are currently discussing pending delays are Nalanda School in Wake County and Cary, and Honor Prep Academy in Mecklenburg. So those are our latest updates, all a total of 14 schools that we've been working with and getting updates regularly every 2 to 3 weeks on their facilities, and there'll be more details of their facilities updates coming to you in the next.
Are all of those delays for 1-year delays, first-year delays?
Sorry. So West Triangle is a 1 year. We heard from them in December. And North Oak, that is a 1-year delay. Dogwood is a 1-year delay. And Go Big is a 1-year delay. Nalanda is a 1-year delay. And Honor Prep is a 1-year delay.
The schools that are in their second delay, so like this is their second time requesting a delay, would be North Oak and
Dogwood.
And they actually both qualify for a second delay.
Because it's facility?
For the
exactly.
land use, legislation.
Is there such a thing as a third delay?
I'm sorry. Dogwood qualify, have they identified a facility and there's some zoning issues?
Yeah, they identified a facility in Cabarrus, and there is a sewer moratorium. So when they went to get the inspections and everything set for that facility, the timeline would have set them past. They would have maybe gotten approved July, so no way in time for an August opening.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And that is it for now.
Remind me of the discussion with Saba. For some reason in my mind, was it they were requesting another delay and the CSEB said, no, something about Saba.
She has thought about it. She has not wanted to formally say anything, and I have a meeting with her this Thursday to get more information and to support her in any way that she needs at this time.
So they're planning to open in August.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I'm trying to remember what the deal was on that. I thought we voted against something. It was a vote against the move. Was that what it was we voted against?
For Saba?
Yes.
That could have been. Remember, this is the school that was, they kind of had a weird issue because I think they were an accelerated school,
right.
And they had the single gender questions that we had to go back and forth with legal, and so then they got moved to the standard timeline, which is what we don't normally do that. Now they're currently scheduled to open, but we're not sure exactly about the facility, so Natasha's going to meet with her to decide if it's...
I remember in there somewhere us voting on, they wanted to move too. They had originally told us a particular facility, and then they wanted to go to another facility that wasn't even, I don't even think in the same town.
Yeah, that does sound familiar. I have to look back at that.
And I think we voted against the move, but that wouldn't have kept them from opening in the original.
The other issue I thought was, and I could be the wrong school, was enrollment was below the threshold, the percent that you needed to be able to say that you're ready to open. I thought they were below the...
No, they wouldn't have been at that point yet, probably. but that's what we look at in June, is you have to be at 75%.
See, I thought this came up with them last year.
That's what I was thinking.
This is with Saba? Is this was you're saying Saba? Are you sure it wasn't Go Big?
No,
No,
it was
that-
Saba.
Go Big just got approved last year, I think.
Go Big is asking for.
Or delay, imagine that.
Yes.
It might be, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, great job.
All right, just a few more updates. Okay, so we did have state board last week, so as a kind of review, state board did vote for a second time to deny the application for Heritage Collegiate Leadership Academy of Wake County. Amy White did read a statement regarding the reasoning behind that decision, so you can find that in the live stream or the minutes. They did approve KIP ENC's request to implement a weighted lottery and amend its mission, and then they discussed Raleigh Oak Charter's request to relocate and all of the expansion requests and the renewals that you guys previously voted on. So those will get a vote in April. And thank you to Cheryl, who's coming, I believe, for the April. And I will be out of town. It's my first state board in 5 years that I will not be there. So Jenna will be presenting for me. So thank you, Jenna. Staffing, we are fully staffed now with 6 consultants, but we have 2 more positions that we are trying to get. We got budgeted last year, and it's just now making its way through the final stages of like OSBM and all of that. So we hope to have 8 positions, consultant positions coming up soon. And then there will be a little bit of restructuring just in terms of what we want to focus on in the office. And I think these last couple of months have shown you how important and how complex the compliance issues are, and really focusing, instead of kind of like big PD gatherings, focusing more on doing one-on-one and like on-site support for schools that really need it, especially like these 3-year schools and our low-performing schools. So down the road, I'll definitely be talking more about that with you guys. Our next meetings, we have one-day meetings for April, May, and June, and then we get the summer, July and August, we will not have meetings. Coming up in April, we'll have our annual reports. So Nikki's been working on that, which we're really excited about. And then it will be a lot of RTO. And then hopefully bringing you some committee work to kind of talk about just some possible changes to some of the procedures that we've talked about through the last couple of months that we haven't really had time to get into the weeds with. And then finally, I just want to thank the team who have been great, working very hard. And then also school business and federal programs, Exceptional Children, the Beginning Teacher Support Program, and all the other divisions in DPI that make the renewal process possible. If we didn't have their support and didn't have staff in those divisions helping us with all these issues, we wouldn't be able to bring you the type of data we do. So a big shout out to them as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions?
How do you get it all done?
All right. Lots of caffeine. All right. That's it.
Thank you.
We need a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
All right.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Is welcome to stay.
Great meeting, very productive. Thanks.
So Ashley, did you say you are not going to be at the state board
No,
meeting?
I will not be at the state.
Who's going to be there?
You're gonna get married?
Okay.
We're
Okay.
together. No.